when such affairs as sorties and surprises I'm all wary at. And when I know precisely what is meant by commissariat, when I have learnt what, hello, just doing a warm-up. Warm up the old tired voice. When you're lying awake with a dismal headache and repose is taboo by anxiety, I believe you may use any language you choose to indulge you. The modern Major General song is good for that. My friends, welcome. Welcome to the old Blue Mountains. We are outside a Presbyterian church. It's nice, as I've said before, to come just to the small. People think, oh, they don't have the grand icons or the... of course, icons are important. That's what's so good about an Orthodox church, is that even the most rural one can have beautiful icons. And as I can see, it's working there, good. And so we start our journey here today. You can imagine the small... You can imagine the small parish, the small community here out in the Blue Mountains in the 19th century. It looks like they're doing something else here today. Circus skills for younger and older. Yeah, it's a bit hippie up here. A bit hippie up here. Then I might as well give you a look at, looks like it was made. It has a bit of awnings, is that what it's called? Or flourishes of Gothic on that Presbyterian church. Is it the Presbyterians, the Scots? It's the Scottish church, isn't it? I think Nathan, a friend of the channel, is a Presbyterian. But bless them. Bless them. And it's nice to see. Usually there's one of those in Australian towns, usually a Catholic, an Anglican, a Presbyterian, and a Baptist usually, and then other weird denominations. And when you get closer to the cities, of course, you experience orthodoxy. The biggest, of course, is an incredibly beautiful Orthodox cathedral, which is my parish. They, of course, are near to the inner cities, because most of the people that were originally Russian there, I suppose, were immigrants, but also, probably begins with embassy staff, right? It must. Embassy staff and attachés, cultural attachés and that sort of thing. And they establish whatever the church is. You could even say about Russian Orthodoxy that it is, for something that's ethnic, it's you could definitely argue that it's a very international church. Its population, wow, look at some of these. Obviously this is an old European village, an old English Anglo-Celtic village here. So, of course the plants are all European. Well, not all European, because often we plant things like Japanese plants, but it's beautiful here. We've been here once before, the old Blackheath. And we barely got to see it, and half of it went in black and white. So look at this what a beautiful time. It is spring. The smells that we notice, the color, the birth of new life. Coming out of winter. Christ's birth. Although, of course, the pangs of that are in the height of winter, but into spring, into his spring aspect. That true becoming begins, that incredible becoming. I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, as you progress towards in purification, elimination, union of the tradition, another word for it is initiation through the three oaths, as we talked about before, which is, of course, practiced in, all of them are practiced in concentration without effort, but you begin to notice the depths, like I've said before, the depths of every place, but also the depths of the seasons. They really have an effect on you. I'm just showing some more locations. I felt that last time we perhaps didn't get enough patience with shots of just a bit of landscape when we were in Sydney. But send chats if this breaks up too much. This time we're here with, of course, our better rig with the double mobile phone signal. And so, yes, you feel every aspect of every season more and more in its depths, because you are becoming more essential. And you are, oh yes, I remember coming to this park in winter with everyone. We walked through here. There's an old pool down there. Seen better days. But what we're going to do today, friends, of course, have our reading of Steiner. Well, it's not always Steiner, it just happens to be we're reading Steiner at the moment. I'm not an anthroposophist. Obviously, I'm a Christian. But it doesn't stop his works having a great deal of truth in them. So we're reading his leading thoughts or guidelines. But thinking about the word guidelines has a particular meaning attached to it, as if it's some university course or something. That's not what Steiner means. It means a leading thought that's imbued with the transcendent. That a lot of it has been sourced from there, because abstraction, we live our knowing space, the knowing space that we are, is an abstraction. That's what we've become. An abstraction. Thought, as it is now, is crystallized, dead bark, and that's what we have become. And so through this, it's quite beautiful, this park now, much nicer than it was in winter. Perhaps we'll come back here for our reading, but no, we'll probably do it at the cliff edge. Can you see that? You might not be able to see that. And so, what we're after is to bring the knowing that we are, because a lot of us is a knowing, but it's dead, isn't it? It's the dead bark from the tree. We're bringing ourselves in contact with the roots, which is the Y of Yahweh, or YHVH, the eternal, the uncreated. And through contact with him, the rest of the bark becomes a skin. The bark that is a dead abstraction, as well as the trunk, the knowing, or the gnosis, or the gnosis is probably more the sap of the tree. But the trunk is sort of the growth, the magic, the miraculous element, which of course is Christ, right? Which we'll get into today. Oh wow, this is quite beautiful, actually. I didn't expect it to be. Show you where we're going, this beautiful. It's strange that it's red at this time of year. I would have thought that would be the autumn colour. And so, it's quite a pretty park. There's a car coming. Thought. Well, we don't actually experience true thought. It's missing the way and the life, and therefore missing the truth. It's the wanderer. Thought as abstraction is the wanderer over the earth, the old Adam separated from God. And so truly, when we bring our thinking through our meditative and contemplative practice, ignited through, this is collaborative, of course, united with Christ, united with the Jesus prayer, the whole tree comes to life, including the skin, which is the thinking. And so when you're someone who grace has allowed that to happen, we begin to be able to, the thinking that we express is filled with life and truth again, not this separated abstraction, which actually isn't the truth. It's dead. But there is a sense in which that had to happen in the development over time. But now Christ has come. We have the Master who, those that came before him, or those that reach before him too, are thieves and robbers. But now he's here. He's here to guide us directly. Not merely as a historical reflection, looking back on the words, but as a cosmic being. And all that cosmic means is, in the Greek translation of the Bible, is world. But the world is everything. It's everything. Cosmic means, it just means he's a being that is unconscious to you to begin with, but becomes more and more so through your development. And so let's see where we are. We're going for a walk down to, whoops. We're taking a walk down to the cliffs where we'll do our reading. Then we'll come back. We're going to take the train to, you remember we were briefly here as well last time, but we didn't get to experience the actual inside of this Victorian palace, this Victorian spa hotel. And so we're going to experience that today. We're going to, hello everyone. We're going to go and walk along those pathways, and then we're going to go and see inside the building what it was like in those times, and also send any links for any videos you want to discuss throughout this, and I'll talk about them at the end. We'll open that up. So we're going to walk down to the old duck pond, and we're going to take the pathway. Oh, we can actually walk in there. We're going to take the pathway along the creek all the way to these massive canyon cliffs. This should be an enjoyable 5 hours. Feel free to send through chats. I'll check them periodically. What are we talking about? We're talking about the enlivening. Yod Hey Vau Hey. It's really to return to that. What is Yod Hey Vau Hey? It's mysticism, gnosis, magic, or sacred magic, or you could call it the participatory miraculous, and Hermetic philosophy, or Christian Hermetic philosophy. And what does that mean? The abstract philosopher, the dead bark that we've been discussing, the dead bark is on its own. And by the way, this is nothing more than the depth aspect of the church we're talking about. St. John of the Cross, St. Bonaventura, Teresa of Avila. That's all the same thing. We're just expressing it, dividing it up so we can understand. They are in touch with the roots, which transforms their being. And as books such as, when we say gnosis, it just means things become more clear. Truths from him, as even the Orthodox book and many others, Way of the Pilgrim talks about. Truths of the gospel revealed, eternal truths from him. That's all the knowing we're talking about here. By uncreated energies, if you like. And so what is that? No, I can't get through here. Mysticism, gnosis, participatory miraculous, and Hermetic philosophy. So abstraction is the dead bones. So a metaphysician, someone who's doing philosophy, or they're not a philosopher in the traditional sense of the word. It's not real, actually truly philosophy. they're not meeting Sophia, which would be the second H of Yod He Vav He. They're not actually interacting with this life and way at the ground of their knowing. They're playing around and rearranging the abstractions from knowing. It's like a calculative mode moving around the bark. They abstract from the dead surface level, which could be considered after H of YHVH, which is a final synthesis of these things that allow reality to come into presence, right? Yod He Vav He. And so, because of course, the creation is constantly happening. The Lord created this. God created this. And so what they do is almost HVHY. It's around the wrong way. It's not from the point of potentiality, the future, that is Christ, that is God. It is from born into the surface of the senses, not penetrating, well, they might penetrate a bit deeper with their abstraction, or as much as someone like Goethe got a bit deeper to the sphere of form. He saw the transcendent element of plants, but not of animals, not of the divine, but plants. So he was able to have a certain kind of revelation, the imagistic version of that. And wow, look at the red of this plant. So striking, and it's rich color. It's funny too that the redness of that looks more red when it has the contrast of blacks. And if you just have a stock red, one without shade, it doesn't have a thick redness that, unless you have the darker elements of the plant. We might as well take a look at it since we're here. Might as well give you a very rich. I'm not sure, it probably won't show up as rich on the camera, but it's pretty incredible. Wow. And so what were we saying? Yeah, the metaphysician. So that on its own is, well, it's a kind of charlatanism because it's not getting directly to the essence of things. Goethe did. It doesn't have a connection to a revelatory truth. And so it abstracts from the surface sense to calculate and ascertain laws and principles of nature and render them as a proposition, not any deeper. Goethe did get a bit deeper, which is pretty incredible for the time. Other philosophers, no, not so much. But still, they're all very important people. We're not saying it's not important for the level that for them to articulate that. There's so much we've learned from them, Nietzsche as well. And so, on its own it is, though, a type kind of charlatanism. It's a jugglery. What is Hermetic philosophy? What is Christian Hermetic philosophy? Or simply, you could call it just depth Christian philosophy is another way of putting it. It's the roots, it's the trunk, the sap, YHVH, not HVHY. It sees through appearances, not just looking at the senses, sees to the essence of appearances, not abstracting laws based on patterns of the how of things and how they operate, but gets to the essence of things, what sends them, what governs them truly, the beings, and sees the beings, sees and interacts with the beings, the hierarchies, and the saints. And so, now you could have someone like a low, what's V on its own? YHVH. V on its own is a kind of divination on its own without mysticism. It's what a lot of these enlightenment, it's like Crowley, it's sort of like a low sorcerer wandering around in the dark, essentially. Because the essence is Christ directly, right? And so that's what these people are involved in. And so they end up interacting mainly with the satanic, the luciferic, things of temporality, not of essence, because you have to be purified in this process. And to do that, it has to come through mysticism. Yod. And Yod also corresponds to, or what's just mysticism on its own? Well, you also need to know what you're interacting with. You need to think deeply about it. So if you become a bit of a drunk, you become a drunkard if you're just after the feeling aspect, but even just spiritual experience on its own, you become a drunkard and you don't know whether it's the false Holy Spirit or the Holy Spirit because you haven't thought about it. You haven't included YHVH, you haven't included mysticism, gnosis, participatory miraculous, and the philosophical element of it, the depth Christian philosophic element of it. And so each of these things, if they're taken on their own, can be a problem. It's them together. Of course, we know St. John of the Cross and Teresa of Avila, so many Orthodox saints, St. Seraphim of Sarov, St. Bonaventura. These people were very thoughtful and careful about what they're operating, what's going on, what they're doing. They're not, they're discerning. So if you don't, what we're talking about, this mysticism we're talking about, is careful, discerning, illuminated, in the sense that through Christ, though, but careful, using an epistemic principle, as I always talk about, but I have to keep repeating it. I have to keep repeating it, friends, even though it gets annoying. So people know, because you hear the word mysticism, and people think Blavatsky, they think a sort of loose woo-woo, when it's actually the highest level of certainty and knowing that you can experience. And involves every aspect of thinking and life. It doesn't abandon logic. The Lord fundamentally makes sense, but it enlivens, as we were saying, thinking reaches its actual true truth, what it's supposed to be. Truth united with way and life. The good, true, and beautiful come together. It's only true if those are together, as we've often talked about. Now, where are we on this pathway? Oh, we're not on the pathway yet. How do we get on it? Might be a bit further down. Oh yeah, it's a bit further down. This is the right way though. Off we go. The good, true, and beautiful. And it makes you wonder when you hear these Neoplatonists talk about it these days in their colleges at Cambridge or wherever. They don't have this. Those different ways don't work anymore. The only way is through Christ. He's the master. As I've talked about in lectures on the breath, he governs these things and joins you. The experience of grace is a very real thing. In your passive-active state, he comes and moves the breathing. As your union becomes closer and closer, and I'm talking all of this is from direct experience. I'm not getting it from some book, but I am confirming it with tradition. Everything I talk about, but it's from experience of these things. And we really shouldn't talk about them. We should be careful talking about it then if we don't actually have the experience. A lot of people talk about these things, but didn't St. Paul also talk about this, that you'd have Christians who would go around repeating the dead bark we've been talking about, the proposition, the idea superstructure, but not having Christ, the living Christ within us. its whole purpose, the thought, is supposed to be to have the ennoblement of the non-likeness to the likeness in terms of image and likeness, the empirical self ennobled to that, so it's a legitimate twofoldness, to experience the full conscious experience of God in the beatific vision. It's not to use as a propositional superstructure. So, here's the church, here's its teaching of the idea superstructure. Just use the dead proposition like an algorithm to determine all your behavior. That's there to help you interact with, move towards, so you can have him come within, have a direct relationship as a fact of experience, which is what we're talking about with mysticism. It's the divine being interacting with him, with the phenomenology we've talked about before in previous streams plenty of times. And so the point of that is, it's all about your movement to union with God. We don't live our normal lives, apply an idea superstructure. We don't, okay, for instance, we don't get all of Catholic knowledge, put it in an AI and say, what do I do now? What for this? No, that's to help you as an icon. So he comes within, and then he will lead you through the moral dilemmas directly, because they're going to be moral dilemmas. Toxic empathy. Christianity is not an idea superstructure to apply, like communism, as a technical top-down system of the intellect. That's satanic. It is to enliven and awaken you to the true divine being within, and he will guide you through discernment, through moral dilemmas. Again, one of them being toxic empathy. We see, of course, do you let a wolf who just murdered your children back into the henhouse? No. Yes, internally, you forgive, you ask the Lord to bless them. So we're not locked in the eternal recurrence. The eternal recurrence. It's all about having the empirical self and the transcendent self in union, and further union with Christ and his divine beings as we purify more and more. It's not. There's really difficult problems we see in the legalism. People get too wrapped up in the legalism and the knowing of the legalism. We need it as an icon, not an idol. Too many people, it's an idol. The most important aspect, knowledge isn't faith. Faith is granted. Faith is divine breath. Hope is divine light. Love is divine fire. These are very real, experienceable. You can also, like I've said often, it's like a substance. It's his union with different elements of the unconscious. His union with the ground, the essence of you, the essence of the I, at the point where you don't even see this to begin with, right? You're involved, you're like the existentialist. Hopefully the signal's still coming through. I guess we'll find out. The existentialist doesn't know he is rooted in the eternal at the ground of his being, but he is. And that's where the ignition happens first. The first contact, the wedding at Cana. Then deeper levels of being, the vital body, the psychological body, the vital unconscious, the psychological unconscious. We're familiar, there is an unconscious, isn't there? I'll give you a bit of a look over here. The Australian wilderness. And these little Tweety birds, I don't know what they're called. There's one. Maybe you can see up there. There's a Rosetta up there too. You can probably see that if you zoom in. And we got it all to ourselves too. See how this is going. We'll have to just push on if it's disconnected. It might still be all right for now. Sound seems to be working great. This is the wilderness friends. And good signal, isn't that wonderful that we can have that? And so what were we talking about? Just keep trying to give you a little bit more of a look this time of what's going on. And so we were making that point that there is a stream in, of course, just like there's a stream in modernity, it infiltrates the church, and that's also, there is a tendency to legalism which is always there when people look to philosophically abstract. Because remember, as we've talked about, the true theology is not abstracted. It is logic, but it is coming from, it's phenomenology. True theology is phenomenology. It's looking and interacting with the divine being. It's asking questions and learning. It's sometimes direct, as we were talking about gnosis before, it's direct, sent understanding of these things. Wow. Huh. Gotta love those kookaburras. King of the bush. One of my favorite birds. It's my favorite. Let's bring it home and put it in an aviary. Is that what they're called? Aviary? Yeah, something like that. Wow. You know you're in the outback when they're just everywhere. And so we were saying, yes, theology, true theology is the raw experience, but clear, in clarity, developed over a long period of time through careful purification, illumination, and then union. It's not an union. It's not a loose, woolly, that's delusion. That's not mysticism or true. That's not true mysticism. It's delusion. But that's what the ground of it is. That's the roots that I've been talking about. That's Yod. And so, how is this different from the East? How is this different from the broad way? Well, to help us understand this, we can get a sense of it from the mastery card of the tarot. There's some great symbolism in this. This card shows a man on a chariot with a crown, a scepter. There's two horses in front of the carriage. And here we go, you guys can look at this. Two horses in the carriage. And two horses pulling the carriage. And he's got a breastplate on. And so the breastplate is sobriety. There you go. The crown is divine will. And there's a canopy as well. And so with this, we understand there's ecstasy and there's ecstasy. One is ascending in the macrocosm to the logos, to the very ground of the object. That's ecstasy. Ecstasy is going to the very essence of the subject, which also happens to be, of course, it's the sacred heart. There's the heart of the world, which we just mentioned, the ground of the object, and then there's the sacred heart. They're both Jesus, friends. But you could also, if you do these one on their own, if you're doing it as these yogis do, that is the way of the winged serpent. Firstly, because of their metaphysics, it's corrupted by Luciferic revelation, Luciferic knowing. Luciferic knowing. They go the way of depersonalization, which means when we're talking about the image and likeness, we're talking about the empirical self and the transcendent self. Empirical self is in a state of non-likeness. They're not ennobling it, they are abandoning it. What happens with that is an ecstasy on its own, on the subjective, and the transcended self dissolves the consciousness, which is the empirical self, and it's completely depersonalized. We see this, the reason that is it's not going with conscience, because objective conscience is the Lord, and following conscience, it's bypassing, trying to bypass. It's not collaborative, as we know with the East. It's technological. It's not effort and grace, it's effort on its own. As they talk about, you can quote their texts, it's the bringing to stillness of mental substance through concentration. There's no grace involved. Whereas the West and the Eastern Orthodox, it's effort and grace, it's both. As St. John of the Cross says, through sheer grace is silence brought about. You only do your part through your prayer and your attention. And your attention. And so it's also, because it doesn't include grace, it's reaching before the master as a thief and a robber in terms of grade of initiation. It's not being guided directly by him through revelatory action. You're doing it all yourself based on some guru has taught you some technique. Whereas what we are slowly experiencing is moving towards him so he can show us. Yes, those things are brought inside with prayer, but it's prayer as rhythm, not like with the Buddhists in Tibet, who they adhere to the principle of technology, not the principle of art and rhythm, of life, of the heart beating. And where do we see that? We see that in you just impersonally spin these prayer wheels and the prayer's done. And it continues on its own. So, as we know, praying unceasingly is established in the unconscious through doing it as much as possible in your day, through praying unceasingly as much as possible while you're conscious, and through the ways that we talk about, by attending the breath. That matters. That matters. Because the passiveness of attending allows one to get used to allowing for his will and volition to enter in and move the breath without you interfering with the low empirical will. Think about that. This idea that you know, because these yoga, it's utter sacrilege. They're speeding up their breath onto their own steam as if they could possibly determine the right amount of breath. You know, the true breath, the breath of the soul, is provided by the Father. The idea that you or some guru could figure out some calculative amount to ascend to the spirit without dangers. And you see this in this Kundalini. It's utter sacrilege. It's totally dangerous. You know, mental illness, serious mental illness, bone marrow disease, erectile dysfunction, because they're reaching before the master. And they end up with the possession of principalities and powers doing that. And so, lovely little stream, isn't it? And so depersonalization, what happens is, perhaps permanently, and that's the danger of it, is, yes, they'll have some spiritual experience, but it's Luciferic spiritual experience. It's the belt of lies. It's like what Peter Kingsley experienced. When he talks like this, completely depersonalized. They lose the gift of tears and they can't interact with the hierarchies and the Lord. And of course, they don't have, unless they're taking from Christian value, they don't have the mission of saving, because their whole metaphysics, and metaphysics is important, understanding the ground of these things, the reality of these things, is important. Gentle stream, what a lovely environment. They believe, and this ties up with their experience too, they believe that this is all just an illusion. There, of course, is an illusory element. That's true. But it's a legitimate twofoldness in that it's love. The great essence is love. And the love will always love someone, and there is a lover, the Father who grants us being, and the being is legitimate only through the light of the Logos. Then we reach the truth of us, of what we are, as his idea that he's always had for us. The image that's in us that's granted by him that we don't have access to normally. What he always knew we could be and become. How wonderful. And loved. And you can move towards that, friends, and participate in this mission, which doesn't abandon reality like they do. There's a mission here. Of course, the chief thing to do is theosis. It's only after that, because the Lord had a salvation mission here. If we're becoming like him in theosis, becoming him, divinization, then naturally he's going to have things for us to do. And that's our purpose, friends. And what a tragedy for so many people, for people to just consider this only an illusion and seek to reach a terminus for the empirical self. You know what I mean by terminus? It's the end of the empirical self, destroyed by, obliterated by the transcendent self. And so it is a kind of divine experience in that sense, but it doesn't acknowledge, their metaphysics doesn't acknowledge a higher beings and higher transcendent selves. On other transcendent selves, yes, higher beings, no. They think the transcendent self is God. No, of course not. No. If we understood this, and this is all coming back to this question of what their mysticism is and what true mysticism is. The Lord came and fundamentally transformed the good. some avatar only liberates the temporal good or historical good, as Heidegger mentioned, that it is historical. And so an avatar is an ingression from a temporal form, or from a sphere of form or sphere of creation. These are all the psychological unconscious, which again is it's temporal spiritual, or higher up, where the fallen hierarchies are. So it's not the Holy Spirit, which is outside that completely, and obviously comes in, but it's not the sphere of the Holy Spirit. It's not emanation. Just as an example, we're not really talking about that today because I'm preparing a lecture on all that. And so, depersonalization. Goes to the ground of the subject only. It comes originally from the Southern Mysteries. But those mysteries always had gurus where 12 other initiates, and that's all that was available at that time, so whatever, but 12 other priests, let's call them, were required. So there's a level of temporal corruption always in it. And they would give the powers to the person being initiated to protect them from the egoic Wilsamacht, the egoic forces, which when you're going to the ground of the subject, they are there and very powerful. But of course, none of that's done by anyone. None of those ways work anymore. And they don't get you to, they get you into the unconscious, but they don't get, and what I mean by unconscious is the spirit, but it's not emanation. They don't get you to where you want to go. The Lord of all initiation into the spirit is Christ. And we see in the Lazarus miracle how he does it and resurrects, and he does that. He resurrects the different parts of your being, as he does to Lazarus. And all the miracles are what occur to you. That is now the pathway of purification, illumination, union. That is the true and redeemed pathway of initiation and union with God. Before, they just came back with a memory of it, a memory of blasting into the macrocosm, but not necessarily just a memory. Like it's a memory, also an interaction with, there's truths in it because it's a memory. Remember, what has been is still alive. The macrocosm is what's ingressed into temporality in deeper levels of the psyche is still alive. So when they're remembering this in a Platonic sense, in that zone of memory, because things live forever, in that zone of memory, there is a memory of the Father who we originally incarnate from in that. But it's not the true sending that he sent to his prophets. It's not providence proper. But now, because of Christ, we can interact with that. I'm just going to stop and have a little drink of water for a moment. And some caffeine. So. give me a moment, everyone. Give me a moment. Don't rush me. That's nice. Let's have some of these electrolytes as well. That's a good idea, sorry. Bit boring. It must be done, though. It's going to get way hotter than this in summer when we're doing these streams. I can tell you that right now. Oh dear. Okay. Off we go. Wow, how beautiful are the sounds out here. It's both a mixture, a savage mixture of both. Beautiful bird song and screeching. Australia. It's a land of contrast, this Australia. A savage land of contrasts. Okay. And so that's one route. And it's the reason why it's false mysticism is it's this way of depersonalization. You don't get to interact with the true divine beings. You are, in a sense, at the edge of the eternal. You may be able to interact with certain temporal entities in the Luciferic or satanic hierarchies, but mostly it's a Luciferic spirituality, this fleeing upward. Because it's abandoning the world because of feeling. It's fleeing. Its medical treatment for the suffering of reality is, and that was the only option for, in the time, outside of the chosen people, which was necessary to isolate them from the Luciferic spirituality. It was the only option, was either atonement or to flee upward, to peace, nirvana. And so now the treatment's changed. So if you see anything in the East that has a saving as a treatment, that has essentially Christian values, it's either sometimes in the East it can be Christ, actually now, because of course he's cosmic and does things just like he is sending dreams to Muslims in Baghdad and Iraq, and they're coming to realize he's the truth. And it's in many ways, it's why that religion has to lash out, because it's not the essence of things. And so that's pretty, isn't it? This rugged beauty of this Australian wilderness. Rugged beauty. And of course, the Stoics, their solution, and the philosophers, well, their idea was that, well, it's secular. So the treatment to things is just to wait, and the cycle will come around again. Other treatments were to leave it. The noble terminus, as we saw with certain Stoics, the noble terminus, everyone. See what I mean by noble terminus? And of course Christ says, no, you're sick, but there's a treatment here. It's not an illusion that we abandon. The treatment isn't to flee. you can be ennobled and healed and divinized. I sanctify thee through sacrifice, through the Lamb's blood. Now you don't sacrifice animals anymore. I think Paul said this as well, is that his lamb, his blood has made that sacrifice now. All these things were symbolic, and the blood sacrifices didn't get rid of the sin. But now he can, through asking for forgiveness. The Son can lead us to the Father, and we can ask for forgiveness. And his sacrifice allows for that now, for us to be truly divinized and saved. Here, now, legitimate twofoldness. Everything changed. The middle of time is the mystery of Golgotha. The middle of time is Christ's incarnation and sacrifice. Everything has changed. It'll never happen again. There's no, again, well, I'll show you in the lecture why. If anyone, not that anyone really watches this channel that is of that thinking, but I will explain with the next lecture, which may be ready by next week, maybe the week after. The next few lectures will be on that. Clearly why he's not an avatar. Transforms the good. The Lord of death and life, not just a renewal, not just a renewal of a life, but the resurrection. He's the master of death. We die and live in him. How wonderful. And so you're not really experiencing a union. So when we talk about these other Eastern religions or whatever else it might be, it's not a union. It's a depersonalization and a obliteration. The Sufis too, who spin around, the dervishes, it's an elimination of consciousness. And it is an experience of exaltation from the transcendent self, but that's ecstasy only. And so it's like a whoosh. It's not conscious with God. It's not having Christ living with you. Christian union is the beatific vision, but it's what it really is, friends, is to have the eternal presence with and next to the temporal as a living, personal being. It's to also at the same time interact with the hierarchies, the mother and the saints, for that to be possible. And so while someone like Valentin Tomberg might articulate it, he talks about effort and grace. And even when he's talking about a lot of the practices, like how to do this in gnosis, how to ask questions, whatever it might be, the truth is, when you're trying to know something about the Bible or whatever, and you're asking the Lord questions or whatnot, as you learn how to discern when an answer is from him, as I've got a lecture on that, how to know the difference between, how to discern the Holy Spirit and how to avoid the false Holy Spirit. Now, it's not a matter of the truth is it's not a matter of some technique. The truth is, yes, you do something, you do your concentration and such, but it's always collaborative, but you always have to ask because he's a person, right? So the way it works is you pray for it. Lord, help me understand this. And you say, but you're doing your concentration at the same time. Again, it's complex, but it only happens by asking. That becomes before everything, and more and more and more. It becomes more personal and more deep. With the phenomenology we've been talking about before of mystic touch being the primary, that's why it's uncreated. The heart, the truth of the heart, the prayer of the heart too. Later on we'll do a new lecture on advanced practice, how it develops. But really, truly, it is that deeper and deeper development of concentration without effort. Be divine being. And there's no better life, friends. We're all called to do this. It can be done if you're just willing to slowly make your way out. If you're willing to give that hour, can you not watch with me for an hour? It all unfolds from there. People might think, oh, don't tell them about that. That's just the height of Christian experience. No, we're all supposed to do it. And we all can. That's what this whole Greenwood Fellowship's about. I'm just a normal dude, just a son like everybody else. If we just put the time in, it's possible for everyone. It's the whole purpose of life. It is a matter of how, though. There is a how that some people might not recognize or people get confused about. And so there's another way that people try to enter spiritual experience. We just characterized the East with the technical principle, but also other elements that are wrong with it, the depersonalization. There's another way which you could describe as, again, neither of these are the narrow way. That was the way of depersonalization. There's another one, which is the way of just satanic spiritual experience, which is characterized by the throne, enthroning, leaning in like Nietzsche did to the will to power. And you will be given some knowledge, kind of like a Landian, what he's experienced. It's like black sorcery. You could think about it like that. This is the broad way. You also would experience this in Kundalini as well. It's like lifting up without purifying yourself. It's all the unconscious forces lifted up into the conscious. And so you're going to have to deal with all the mental illness that comes with that, unfortunately. And so we see this way was engaged. A lot of Westerners would engage with this because of the will to power. It's the way of LSD, incredibly dangerous because it lifts up the fallen hierarchies at the same time. And probably not, and you might be lucky. You may be lucky. Some people, some Orthodox people as well, I'm not going to name names, but they got involved with that in terms of drugs. And luckily, well, he says Christ appears to them, but how does he know if he doesn't have an epistemic principle? Either way, he ended up Orthodox, so that's good. But, yeah, not good. That's the broad way. And why is it broad? Because it's everything being lifted up at the same time. It's not careful discernment we've been talking about. It's not YHVH. It's a low V on its own. And what is it also? Well, there are 5 currents of the will, the 5 dark currents of the will. It's leaning into the empirical self and his will, which is nested in the earth as well, by the way. That's why it needs to be purified. First, we purify it, and then our love enters our will, and also that means that our love enters facticity. And the earth, which is desperately needed, a purified will and acts of divine will entering the earth. Pretty, no? In its way. Hopefully it's still coming through. I better check. No, maybe not, but we're going to have to anyway. Hopefully it is. Oh, it looks like it might be. Maybe. ZZZZZ says blessings in, let me just, is that still working? Yeah, it looks to be working. ZZZZ says, blessings in the name of our Lord, brother. Peace and grace to you. You too, friend. Unknown friend says, need to sleep. God bless Scott and friends. Jez, just discovered that you're in Australia. Why? I work 2 jobs, no days off. It looks like there might be some breakup in signal. We'll just see how we go, friends. We're going to have to keep going. Glenn says, Australia is great, mate. All right, we continue on. Isn't it great that there's still signal out here? That's what is possible when you can get multiple cell carriers at the same time. Out in the wilderness. I'd love to get some of those Victorian boots. You know, the ones that go up here, you can march through anywhere with. Although it's probably a bit too hot in this country for that. Lots of nasties it would protect you from. I'm just in sneakers today. They're very comfortable. I just bought them. Very cushioned, which is a relief. Hopefully they don't get trashed by the trail. Now, what were we saying? We were saying, oh, it's just so nice out here, friends. I must say, it's so calm, peaceful. Feel free to just say that, or think the Jesus prayer while you're watching. I'm sure today we'll go into silence for a bit when we don't talk necessarily the whole time, and maybe I'll even cue you, and you can join me in praying while it's quiet. It's the creek down here. Looks like we're going to be able to cross the creek again. Now, we were Broadway, weren't we? The Broadway. That is like I mentioned, characterized by enthroning, of sitting on a throne. It has no sobriety, is the other thing. It lacks a breastplate. It doesn't purify itself beforehand. It tries to obliterate conscience, to bypass it, which means, as we know, this way of mysticism, well, it's a terminus for, remember, it's a terminusing of the transcendent self, a terminusing of your angel, a terminusing of your your archangel, what your conscience needs to be, an ultimate objective conscience, your relationship with the Lord. You can't just, it's separating you from that and leaning in to the subterranean. If you consider us the middle, the in-between, you've got the lower nature and the transcendent, either up or lower. So things can get much worse, friends, if you don't turn to Christ. It's not just stuck in materiality, which is satanic, really. A lot of us are in hell in modernity right now. Is hell, in a sense. Is. Hell and eternal hell and eternal salvation, the true eternal with the Lord are experienceable here, right now. They're supposed to be. The kingdom of heaven's at hand, but so's hell. The hell that's brought about by hedonism, the leaning into the empirical will that we see in American industries and that have crossed the world, been made incredible, right? Hell. What is to be done? Once asked that. I was asking that, and walking in a deep fog at night, I asked that. Last week, actually. Seeing barbed wire needed to be on top of a train yard in a pretty rural Australian place. And I thought, where are we in this low trust society that's now been bred, this hell society? And I said, well, what are we going to do? How do we reverse that? And the Lord said to me, and I confirmed it later with the epistemic principle, he just said love. Of course, so much in what that love means. Because when he says it, of course, it's very different to the modern's understanding of what love is. I mean, the truth is, it's him. Turn towards him. He'll help us work all this out. The miracle, the true miracle will come about, little by little, through every person. But even just asking him what to do, because he is divine will and knows the future. Aren't people recognizing they're using the propositional structure of the church? They're using the structure of right and wrong in the books, in the... Yes, that's supposed to be an icon though. Idol, supposed to be an idol as a replacement. It's supposed to lead you to... This is coming through. Should I drink the water? Now I can... For New York! Pretty, no? Let's see if that works. You were lower shot, but it didn't seem to work. But it's very pretty. To the cliffside. The Grand Canyon. Thought you will know what the Grand Canyon is. Words international. I'd be interested in seeing what is actually quite cool, and they would like. So, and so we were talking the Broadway. Bad. So, if you think about the 5 dark currents of the will, so you have legs because of a will to advance at the expense of others. They're 2 of the currents. A will to hold on to your position at the expense of others. They are the desires of the Nimrodic hunter. You have a will to take at the expense of others. You have arms because of a will to take and to hold on to at the expense of others. And then you have a will to greatness of the head. That's the 5th current, or the heart actually. And so the head must become the heart. Now, those currents must be nailed to the cross, nailed to Christ. Your will. And this is reflected in, okay, let's talk about a bit of symbolism to help us out. A bit of symbolism to help us out. I'll give you a bit of forward action a bit longer. The scepter. If you cut the top of the scepter in half, you have a crown. You cut it at its orb. You've got a crown with a cross at the top of it, right? With bands. At the bottom, when you cut it in half, the scepter, you have a cup, don't you? If you cut it in the half of its orb. If you look at the top then, a crown stands for divine will. God on its own, which the chariot driver we were talking about earlier is wearing a crown. You're crowned in divine will. It's a crown of thorns, don't get me wrong, of self-glorification, which Easternism is, by the way. They don't interact with divine beings. They're not abilities that are granted to them. But the point. What is that? The cross, which means the will is through obedience, following revelation, but also the practice of concentration without effort every morning is obedience. To eventually you experience grace moving your breath. That's obedience. And then you eventually begin to... What is a cup? A cup is actually a mix, a sword, coin, sword, and cup together. It's a point that is like a pillar, halfway also corresponds to this person's holding. God is actually the potentiality of the whole scepter combined, right? The crown, it's, hey, concentrated, oh, sorry, V stands for the pillar, like a pillar, riveted, will riveted. The will's magical, right? Or becomes so. Concentrated point, and concentrated, which is the point at the bottom of the cup of a scepter cut in half, is the final H. It's also the final synthesis. So the H, the Hey, or the Yod Hey Vav Hey, corresponds to a coin, which is also a symbol we've talked about before, meaning the imagistic, all the valuative encore being and of everything. You can consider it. It's into being. It's actually YHVH, and spheres, really. Emanation, Yod, or the crown, creation, the cup, so yes, but we're just trying to in what you need to know. Beneath are those four layers: emanation, creation, or the younger lawyer feels like a pillar, or as the saints describe it, like the soul being overshadowed, like when someone walks between the sun and the behind of your head, but as a gravity, like a pillar. And so these symbols, these old symbols, correspond to Yahweh Yeshua. Think about that like between Yahweh. actually Jesus shows you. Symbolic of deep. Which way? Pulpit Rock, Gobbets Leap, Lookout, 30 minutes. All right. Parking, yeah. Good. They're symbolic of deeper. Veg now, friends. Where they decide and they are tempted and fail the temptation for coming in their own name. By holding the scepter, they think they're the chariot rider. When no, always collaborative. Remember, to hold the scepter truly, you must be united with divine will. To not come in your own name. It's to come in His name. It's all about leading people to Him. To purify, they will be next to Him. He begins to grant grace to every in the penetrates through it, forming a mist curtain extending far beyond. Wow, the wind is really pulling it away from that. It's really pulling it away from the cliff. Immediately when it falls down from the creek, it's being pulled. It wasn't before, almost right immediately as we were shooting it. And then right where the sun is hitting, you might be able to see there's a bit of a rainbow there. Incredible. Now, St. John of the Cross said that you notice the divine light when it reflects off something. Otherwise, you can't see it. It's an analogy for natural light and divine light, but I think that's true. Especially if you're so distracted by natural light, you have to really make yourself a empty pillar, concentrated in silence until the silence becomes pregnant and you become the thing off which it reflects, and that's where you see him, feel him in mystic touch. But you have to become an unmoving surface, as the reflective principle is. Consciousness gathered together, sius, knowing, ness, state, with knowing, together. So it's a yod hitting a knowing. You have to become like Mary. Let it be with me according to your word, obedient, silent, deep contemplation until the reflective movement, as we see the wind moving this water, moves you from outside, deep inside, almost like an outside. Yeah, that's a waterfall anyway. Hopefully that looked all right. Hopefully that came through. Anyway, let's go to a point where I can check whether there's some signal here. But that's what we're after. Concentrate, a pillar, silent, still, completely relaxed. Is removing around is, well, it reflects the abandonment mission, doesn't it? I know we're not, the Lord has sanctified it, but that doesn't mean our mysticism is more profound, of course, because it's the truth. All ecstasy, all those things are experienced, but it's plus the interaction with the true divine beings. The true divine beings. I wonder if there's a signal repeater up here. But let's have a look, see if we got some signal back, eh? Maybe now we do. Fuck. Yeah, it looks like it was cut out for most of it. That's unfortunate. All good. Sorry about that, friends. Where did it cut out? Cut out right at the... That sucks. Anyway, let's continue on and give you a bit here. John! We would need a Elon Musk satellite setup to... Wow. Give you some of a look at least. Beautiful. Shame you guys missed all the other stuff. It was incredible down there. I wonder how far we got in our conversation. We were talking about how the scepter is Christ, how it's a symbol of Christ actually, as divine will and human will and divine will in union. Of course, he was a perfect being, but when we become like him, we are led by him directly actually. And mastery is an understanding that it's not us coming in our own. You consider YHVH or Yahweh as 1, 2, 3, 4. You may have heard this part already. Then 5 is the 5 dark currents of the will. And that will comes into union with and before V and H. And so that's where you get a sense. In the deeper levels of being, the new miraculous agent, changing fundamentally the ground of reality. The good isn't liberated, it's a new good. I wonder how far I can go up here without it breaking up again. And the hierarchies in the entering you riveted to the cross, at the expense of others, to the cross. And I'll just make sure this is coming through. I don't want it just going to break up. It might be dead again. It seems to be a bit break-uppy. Yeah, I'm going to go back. Okay. While we do that, and I won't have a big conversation and it doesn't get broadcasted at all. Let's have a final look at this beautiful view before we go back. At least we get some action. All right, let's go. All right, I'll put you on my front.
물을 안 먹는 전부 다 사람들 등산 트레킹 코스라 이거. There's a bit of a one. And there's lots of foreground parking. But looks okay. I suppose we could do it here. Oh, let's just see what this is. Sorry, I know this is boring, but I was hoping to find somewhere that doesn't have foreground. I'm not even sure it's coming through still. Oh no, it looks to be coming through. I suppose that looks okay.
All right, we'll do it here. I'm going to go to the bathroom first. I'll be back in a moment. Actually, I'll walk you down to it, and then I'll disconnect it once we get there. I'll be back in a Oh, someone took our chair, unfortunately. So we'll have to go here. Yes, there's something else back here. Let me have a look. No, it's like stone gateway. Yeah. Or over here. indeed, which you don't control, you just observe it. This isn't some neutral, this isn't some, scientific religion that they're trying to make. God grants in the joy, make you a non-reactive, docile Buddhist in withdrawal. He brings you into a state where you're not provoked by the demons of modernity, the archetypes, the fallen hierarchies, the human egregores. He frees you from all of that so you can find his divine will and follow that, not the docile human being, that the religion that's not a religion, that the scientific physicalist types are trying to make, which is fake. They'll experience a luciferic spirituality, but it's, of course, it's the lie. It's the technical enframing on a different level. It's just a deeper level of enframing. Deeper level. No, we're attending our breath like the fathers. Is that a bread bag? No, it's just an ant. I was just going to kill it otherwise. Not technical. Our practice is prayer and rhythm. The silence is a sheer grace. It's not you enthroning yourself. It's not the empirical subject bringing about his own arbitrary will. Always in collaboration with Christ, which is overtly clear from what becomes in you. From what actualizes, it's clear. And you cut yourself off from the possibility of this, you might experience some sort of raw being. Yes, you'll get what you're after, or just joy on its own. Like the vitalists seek, but you'll be cut off going the broad way, and you'll be cut off going the way of depersonalization, which is what this religion that's not a religion is going to attempt to do. It all seems nice. I'm not going to mention any people's names, but it all seems sobriety, docileness. This is what the techno culture does. It takes some practice from the East so it can continue in its Wilsamacht, its will to power way. Without their practice work from an old era, but they're technicalized. The most efficient, and what's the principle of technology? It's the most efficient means of bringing about an outcome which is predictable, like code. Do this, A plus B equals C. Maximum output, minimum input is the principle of technology. And so the Jesus prayer is not that, my friends. Jesus Christ praying to saints. producing a construction of yourself from what has been, not a becoming growth from the future, from Christ, who waits at the end of time, because he is the perfect miracle. He is the miraculous agent, the participatory miraculous agent, not this low, satanic miraculous agent of arbitrary will. No, he's not miraculous, a magic agent. He's outside, begotten by the Father, in union with the Father, trying to lead us into union, Perfect time, isn't it, for these flowers? Trying to lead us into union. Or the other way, which is the way of, like I said, the self-terminus of the empirical self, which depersonalizes, dehumanizes. No, Christ ennobled as the perfect man, ennobled us. It's a legitimate twofoldness. It's not a fake illusion. It has an illusory element that's overcome through the truth that is Christ in you, with greater certainty than any philosophy or propositional understanding can give you. And at the same time, satisfying the categories and the categorical exigencies of categorical thought or thinking and the logos, logic. He fundamentally satisfies that. You might have to wait for that answer because you need to be able to discern and be able to learn how to ask him questions, or pray for the understanding of why. Again, you've got to remember these things that are puzzling to you about how he operates. There are answers to all those things, but we can't ever fully map him. His plan and he himself are very complex and on higher levels of understanding. So you won't have one order of understanding and you'll have a logical inconsistency on one level. But when you get a synthesis of that, like emergence, for instance, we understand emergence. We came up with this idea of emergence, and at a higher order, it makes sense then it's not the sum of its parts. Because if it's just the parts, then this emergent faculty, if we believe in emergence, this emergence faculty doesn't make logical sense really, because logic can only map really the parts and come up with a sum based on that really. But when we have a higher order understanding, the Lord can fill in those gaps. Of course, it takes a long time of prayers like Thomas Aquinas gives before he would do his intellectual work, which we read 2 weeks ago, or 2 weeks ago. We read that. Beautiful prayer of Aquinas for the enlightenment of understanding, the working of articulation to help one articulate that. Lord, and Father in heaven, help me. Let your word flow through me. Let your truth flow through me. Help me articulate like you do the child. Like you do the child. And in that sense, I'd almost recommend one of our great friends, Ignotus, just had his first live stream the other day. And I'd also recommend, although it's probably gone very left wing, I'd recommend improv as a training. Just do it for a year. Don't get sucked in by the left wing kind of people that do it. Try to find one that maybe is a bit more disconnected from the big ones. But you need a year to break yourself in. But otherwise, say if you were doing a stream, you could do your preparations, read all your notes, but then you got to let it go. Put all that to the side. I mean, you can, like the lectures, we're going to start doing them like we used to do them at the start. Just have a few summarized notes and not read from the whole thing. We used to do them like that. And we very much do that right now when we just talk on a subject. But there's preparation. I read over old lecture notes, but then I let it go, but I pray for it, like Aquinas did, for the articulation, to not speak falsity, to speak truth. You know, it's not perfect, but I assure you, I could not do this. I could not speak for all this time without his help. That's for sure. That's for sure. But what we've done is we've actually crystallized our articulation. We are deeply afraid of allowing the flow of word, even like, at a minimum, like the Greek philosophers used to. Yes, right, of course, right. Hone your articulation. But really, the end format, we want to get better at speaking directly to people, right? So your word choice and your diction and but really you get better at writing, as C.S. Lewis talks about, through reading it. Read it back to yourself so it flows. Read it, read it, read it, read it. People are going to hear a voice in their head when they're reading your work. It'll be way better if you read your work out loud and rewrite it based on reading than just do it in your head. But really, that's the format it's supposed to be. That's possible now, but we must write, right? We definitely need to write. And I've written for a long time. I don't have heaps of articles, but I assure you, of course, I used to be a script writer. I've written a lot, and I write a lot in terms of background notes. I speak. If you want to see a well-written article, read this one's not is a Christian, this is an ethnic one, but the Way of the Dragon Slayer one. That's about England though, and kingship. It's a bit pagan actually. But it comes to the truth of it when I do a video, part 3, which of course says that Christ is the ground of all of it. It more or less is an articulation of the will to power. Or one crying in the wilderness, like Kant, seeking the things without which the soul cannot live, because really it's a postulated faith before the ignition of true mystic ground of things. But well and truly we should have signal now, that's for sure. But yeah, we must hold to Christ. We must rededicate ourselves to our depth practices. We must do it we're in dark times. We're in times of AI rising. Now is the hour to do it. Everyone can find, you've got to be able to find, you can at least do 5 minutes a day. Every little bit matters. Make it part of your prayer rule. 10 minutes, work your way up slowly, pray for the time. To do your concentration without effort in prayer in the morning. Especially with everything coming. It's especially relevant now. The Lord wants saints. You should always consider yourself a sinner. You are a sinner. Just a son, but the Lord wants saints now. Everyone can do it, as we often talk about. And so we're going to pick somewhere here to sit down. I'm not sure where. It might not be the view we were hoping for, but it should be okay. Should be a park coming up or something.
Pretty road down there, isn't it? Pretty enchanting, isn't it? It's very European, actually. Pooled sunlight. Little bugs. Whatever those knots, they're called knots or nits or something. Something like that. Yeah, almost a European parkland. I wonder if they planted all these trees originally. Maybe. Find silence, friend. You don't know what you'll encounter. You can find it right where you are. Don't need to necessarily go to a landscape. You can find it in the quiet of your home, in your chair. In deep contemplation. Yeah. Well, on weekends you can go out like we are. That's nice, isn't it? The cars stop and the rumbling of modernity and engines and pistons stops. And that's only a surface silence, as we know. It gets deeper, 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 deeper. All the way to the feet of the Father. Into the silence of the very breath of the soul is put to silence. Death and resurrection. It's getting nice and cool now.
It's quite nice, the red in these trees. No parks or chairs so far though. And so we pretty much characterized what there is to characterize about. This is kind of nice looking, there's no chairs or anything. It's a venue. Pretty much characterized what there is to characterize of the difference between Eastern and other quote unquote spiritual ways, and the issue with them and why the only way is Christian mysticism. But you might have missed some of it. You might have missed some of it from when the signal was cut out. Wow. It's pretty. Perfect time really for the sprouting of different trees. I wonder if we should go back to that park we saw. What's the time? All right, 2 hours in, aren't we? Yeah, we started at, oh no. Huh?
I thought you were carrying a snake.
No. No, this isn't the crocodile hunter. This isn't, it's not Outback Mike's. That's pretty too. Yeah. Just to put you back on here a moment. That's quite good. There's a truth in the propositionalized law in terms of written down revelation is the house of the oral law, which you could consider H of YHVH, the final H. The oral law is the house of the voice that whispers, which you could consider vow or the miraculous sense. Whereas the final H is the synthetic synthesis of the other three, or the articulated bark, right? It's the oral law. Sorry, the written law. But it's in contact with, it's the oral law. But that oral law is in contact with the voice that whispers, the magic voice, internally. Sometimes externally, but if it's externally and you hear Christ as an actual voice in your ear, that's a projection from the depths. It can still be true, but it's a projection. It's actually more essential when it comes from within. It's transcendent versus extra sensory. It's transcending the senses or extrasensory, which correspond to Teresa of Avila's intellectual vision, which transcends the senses. It's on the vertical, or which is directly from providence, from the future. Or is it something, let's say, the voice that whispers we mentioned, or it becomes living past. Revelation that enters inside becomes living past for remembrance. But remember, that's not just something dead. That's living, it's alive. And so Christ can, of course, once he sends something inside or transforms you, it's memory, it's from you are as a being memory. Your past is a part of your being, a living part of your past, to the degree actually to which you consider it that way and have enlivened it. It is, but for most of us, it's just this dead thing we recall from. But there's a memory of all reality. It's constantly re-ingressing and pushing as a necessity into the present. And so that that is something that's not from the total vertical. It's something that's already inside. It's in the memory of the world. But it was revelation originally. So it's projected. Even so, onward from the voice that whispers, that's the house of thought, capital T. And we're talking divine thought or emanated thought, which is Hay, the second Hay of the divine name YHVH. And Yod, that thought is the house of Yod, or divine wisdom, which is him. He's divine wisdom. But the thought, the reflective being, one is the point of potentiality, the other is, it's legitimate reaction. What does Sophia say in the Bible? Is that, the park's down here. Yeah, maybe we'll find a seat in the park, just sit down, read our book. Sophia says, I rejoiced beside him as Hay is next to Yod. Rejoicing in his created world, I think is the quote. Rejoice, obedient. You know, there's definitely a mystery in the name of God, in its letters and such. But that's one of them. So like I said, let's repeat that again. We're considering the divine name. The law, the written law of divine law in the Bible is the house of the oral law. The oral law, which is the final H, I think, is the final H, is the house of the voice that whispers from within. The voice, which is V, vow, or where the S of Yeshua goes when it's between YHVH. But he goes ahead of that, but, right? The voice that whispers is the house of thought, unutterable. You don't hear this one. Thought, capital T, as a whole. Thought is the house of divine wisdom, which begins as a point of potentiality, which is Yod, which you can actually see in the letter of Yahweh, the Y letter. Oh, here we go. This will be fine. This will be perfect, eh? This looks nice. It'll do. That'll do. Yeah. Okay. Well, there might be one that's slightly better. He's picky, this guy. Since we walked so far already, let's... might go deeper into it. I think we'll just go with this. Yeah. Okay. All right, here we are. Actually, that'll be fine there too, I suppose. There we go, go there. Okay, finally, eh? Finally. Been a bit boring today. I do apologise for the disconnections earlier. It's a pretty nice view, bit of flower action, a few bugs. Oh wait, that might be going right into the lens though. Maybe that's not going to work, actually. I'll have a look, hang on. No, I mean, it looks okay, I suppose. I suppose that's all right, right? I'll check it on my phone anyway. All right. Rudolf Steiner's continuing his thought for guiding thoughts. Or guidelines. A little bit of caffeine here as well. Will do. Hopefully it's not too much. And so it's been a good walk. I hope you guys didn't miss too much of it. I'll check the chats in a moment. We had a great chat on the way out to the mountains, and it was incredible. It was a beautiful, I'm describing for you all the stuff you missed, unfortunately. Incredible cliff walk. That's the danger we face when we go a bit remote. What we're going to do in future is we're actually going to get our boating license and take you guys out on the water and go to there's some great locations that aren't accessible yet within plenty of signal. And we might even do some camping as well, live. That'll be cool, won't it? And among other things, that are coming up on these live streams. And when we do that, we'll be able to probably get a Starlink, Elon Musk Starlink, so we can directly, we can do it as remote as we like, because we can put it on top of the ship roof or something of that nature. So how far are we into this now? I'm going to check the chats now, friends. If you've said anything, I'll check now. Oh, it looks like everyone is comfortable there. We'll begin our Steiner reading. But this is a nice location. What a beautiful day in the clear mountain air. It's going to get much hotter in this country, but for now, it's nice. Today, we've talked about a few things. We've talked about, and that looks nice. Nice background. We don't need so much of that angle, but yeah, it looks good. It's a bit shiny, but I think that's a decent view. The mystical boat tour, ZZZ says, yes. I see your message there. I'm not sure how much delay is on this. I think there's like a 5-second delay, so if you notice that, that's why. It's not very long though. Feel free to send through any chats as we do our reading. Hopefully today we'll still make it to Medlow Bath. We might even extend the length of the stream today. We're going to take a train ride. We should have signal for most of it, because last time we did. We're going to jump on the train to a beautiful Victorian, well, it's what would you call it? It's like a little palace on the side of the mountain, and there's definitely signal there. So we'll be going for probably another 3 hours, or at least 2. We might as well keep it going, even if we're not saying anything, even if we're to experience the inside of that place, because we never saw it last time. We never saw it. But for now, let's jump into our reading. We're picking up, and like I was talking about, we've talked about a few things today. You can go back into the start of the stream where I was talking about the different aspects of mysticism, the difference between the true mysticism, Christian mysticism, and the ways of depersonalization, which is Luciferic, and the ways of enthronement, and characterized by the snake fleeing upward, and the way of enthronement, which is the snake fleeing upward is the terminus of the empirical self, the abandonment, which sees reality as an illusion. Because it considers reality and embodiment itself and humanity by extension as just an illusion. And so, in that sense, it's a fleeing from the mission of why we incarnated. And is ecstasy only. And then I'm not going to go through the whole thing because we already went through it, and the other thing we characterized was the enthronement of which is the terminus, the ending of the transcendent self. It's the problem of the other thing, and it's a satanic spirituality this time. And that's also characterized as a broad way, which in nature mysticism is the other mysticism. So you've got the ecstasy mysticism on its own, the depersonalization mysticism. You've got the J era of the J mysticism, which is alienation. When you deny the incarnation, you become alienated from the mission because you think it hasn't incarnated yet, and you don't interact with him who helps you as the master. You're still reaching before him as a thief and robber, putting yourself on a grade higher than him. And the result is a megalomania and overexaltation occurs, and also an obliteration of the person again. But yeah, mainly an alienation. You become alienated from the world, because it's Christ who brings us into the truth of the world, because it's a legitimate, sanctified reality now. And so we've essentially characterized the errors in all the other mysticisms. And we've also explained how it's the deepest sobriety, but yet the deepest life at the same time is Christian mysticism. It's a rigorous, thoughtful, it's the height of truth and knowing. It's not an abandonment of knowing for the irrational, to be possessed by irrational forces. Actually, that's more characteristic of the Broadway, of the will to power, to be possessed by something from the unconscious. No, it's the roots, Yod, you can consider that Yod, or the mystic sense, the Gnostic sense, or the knowing sense, which is Hey, the magic sense, or the miraculous sense, which can be characterized as a miraculous know-how of how to come again into union with him every morning, collaboratively with him. And that's also the voice that whispers that we were talking about earlier. But we've described the phenomenology of those things before, which you can look at our lectures anyway when we talk about that. And I'm talking from direct experience of all of this. So it's not something it's of course backed up by tradition. I don't say anything that other people who are of health, spiritual fathers of the past and present, from the tradition, saints haven't also experienced. So that's another part of the epistemic principle. That's another part of being careful about these things. It's still working, isn't it? Yeah. And so, yeah, we've talked about and described that, and we'll probably be able to explore that in more detail as we continue after we get on with our reading here. But that's what we were exploring today, the legitimate mysticism in its rigorous truth, a higher degree of certainty that combined with the authority of the exigencies of categorical thought, the logical consistencies with revelation of the past, with theology, true theology. Of course, that's part of the epistemic principle, right? It all makes sense on all four layers and levels of being. It makes sense, but at a higher level of truth and certainty than just deduction, induction, though it agrees with those things. That's the point of depth Christianity, which is what this is, the depth aspect of the existing church. St. John of the Cross is depth aspect of the church. St. Paul talked about this when he said we're supposed to know the heights, the depths, the breadths, the widths of reality. This is the depth aspect we're talking about here. We're following what he said by doing this. But more of us now need to get to those roots, so the roots reach up and form the whole tree, and that's what this mysticism is. Rigorous, certain, full of life, not dead, full of life abundantly, the way, the truth, and life, but not killed by a propositional superstructure of transforming the propositions and the ideas into dead bark that the church has, as if you're entering it into an AI to direct you with all the behavioral things you're supposed to do. No, that's making the church's knowledge a dead idol. The church's knowledge is an icon to disclose the true relationship with Christ internally, is what it is, what it's supposed to be. It's not for too many. It's a propositional superstructure that you refer to in your memory or otherwise in a book to tell you how to behave in a scenario like communism. It becomes like communism. No. It's designed as an icon, and then he, as a being, will lead you through the conflicts of duties that don't have a preset answer to them, like the Crusades. You can't sanction a crusade unless you have a relationship with Christ, because it comes from him, not the low empirical self. That's the whole point of the tradition being an icon, to keep you out of sin, to bring you towards him through the rhythm and practices of prayer and life. So you can ask him what to do, not just do it as a behavior, because there are things that are going to happen that, like I said, they're conflicts of things that one thing, you've got a dilemma between two choices. You either go on a crusade to save Christendom or you don't. You see, you have to go and do something. So who do you ask? The propositional system it's a certain value to do this or that, right? Or just like you see now with the Pope was talking about, I don't know, ecological sanctification or something. Or immigration's another issue. It's the hierarchies of goods, and we're not supposed to, that's where, again, the tradition's an icon, so then we can ask him, his true conscience. We're always supposed to have him with us. We're all supposed to be mystics. What's Paul talking about otherwise? It's not I who lives, but Christ who lives and acts in me. Anyway, let's continue our reading. I always do this, my apologies. I always go off on a rant. But, another drink here. And Stein has been talking about essentially here with the guidelines the aspects of humanity's being, and how we're actually of the roots and of essence, and how we have to get through and below the senses. But let's continue. I think we're up to 20. Guideline 20. The correct development of man's soul life requires that he be fully conscious of the Spirit's actions within him. Many adherents of the modern scientific worldview are so caught up in their prejudices that they consider general causality to be dominant in all the world's phenomena. And if man thinks that he can be the cause of something, it is an illusion. It's trying to take man out of the equation, isn't it? It's a cynical, the scientific, or the Scientology, I call it, is the position of a cynicism. Whereas what we want to do is just as objective, but it's angelic objective. It's a love of all. It's a checking in, not a checking out. It's angelic objectivity in communication with the divine, the Lord and his hierarchies. But it's a knowing. We don't deny the facts of science, but we don't have a ironic distancing. Anyway, modern science wishes to follow observation and experience with the best of intentions, but due to the prejudice about the hidden causality of human motivation, it sins against this principle. For free acts deriving from the inner human essence is an elementary result of self-observation. It must not be denied, but be brought into harmony with insight into the general causality in natural law. And isn't that what we've been talking about today, friends? We've been talking about, and we've talked about before, that the miraculous is the only, and when Steiner says humanity, he means Christ is the divine human and the prototype and archetype, the divine being we interact with. He is divine humanity and God at the same time. And so when he talks about that, that's what he means, because that's where we're all headed. That's where we're supposed to go, to him. And so what he's talking about is bringing into union, or the recognition that the free, truly free act is only from and in Christ, who you are essentially nested in. The inner human essence is him, which goes beyond, again, we are nested in the outside, in outside time. And so 21, non-recognition of this motivation from the spiritual core of the human being is the greatest hindrance to attainment of insight into the spiritual world. For the inclusion of one's own being in the natural scheme of things diverts attention from this being. One cannot penetrate into the spiritual world unless one grasps the spirit where it is directly revealed in objective self-observation. And that's what we're doing, friends, in our morning concentration. We're recognizing that we're not an epiphenomena. We're looking to the saints in the tradition and recognizing that our consciousness, our observation of being is not this epiphenomenal subject and the truth is just out there, or the truth is told to us by some apparatus of science. No. Reality itself is also correlationally contributed to by your knowing. The origin of this observation point that you are, that looks at this stream right now, is nested in that eternal. You have to fundamentally accept that your being is granted by God, it's legitimate. It's not a epiphenomena of an objective world out there. If you can't do this as a preparation, you get held back. This is why Heidegger can help people get into this, to get underneath this scientism, this Scientology, I call it, to get underneath the fake certainty. And he dismantles it incredibly in Being and Time, dismantles it in many of his books, showing that all these things, like Steiner does, are filtered through the senses. That everything, you're not getting outside of anything by conducting an experiment. It's all, and we know the whole certainty is undermined by the results of quantum mechanics as well. The physicalists are very confused, and their cosmology just gets more and more confused, friends. And the traditional cosmology becomes more and more clear. Firstly, they acknowledge it as a pragmatic help. Then, hopefully, they either go away or they acknowledge it as actually, what if this is true? As we see some technologists coming around, like Jordan Hall. But you have to come to him freely, then look to your self-observation, your concentration without effort, with prayer, of your own experience to get towards essence, but acknowledging that you can have access to direct truth higher than any science, higher than some relational externality granted to you or approved to you by some low academic authority who marches around his doctorate or marches around his by a fallen institution which hasn't got the true authority. And look, it has its place. The facts of the material, the surface sense are, we don't deny that. And people have done good work as well. We have to give love to it too. It can't just be, we're not putting ourselves against it, but we are extending, even while they attempt to enframe the truth. True authority comes from its granting directly, as we've talked about in the difference between power and authority. It's like a substance, it's divine breath, it's certainty and authority is. It's sensed in people. It's like Gandalf the White compared to a power. Authority ennobles you and you feel from within, you feel concretized and energized and peaceful and forward impelled in free, associative, good to collaborate with that hierarchical person at a deep, deep level of your being. That's what the word gives you. That's what Christ and his word granted to the apostles around him, and in charging, in warming, transforming doxa of the whole layers of the apostles' being. It's what Gandalf the White, people experience around him when he rallies everyone together to fight Sauron, right? When he comes back as Gandalf the White, he has authority from being resurrected. Sauron, on the other hand, the orcs are compelled through fear by a power structure, and they are merely an appendage of the power hierarchy. Like an iPhone, they're compelled, not impelled. They're compelled by necessity. Anyway, 22. Self-observation establishes the beginning of spirit observation, and it can establish the correct beginning because through correct reflection, one cannot stop short at it, but must advance to further spiritual cosmic substance. Just as the human body atrophies when it does not receive physical nourishment, so does the correctly self-observing person feel his self atrophying if he doesn't see how the forces of an active spiritual world outside him are working into it. 23. The human being enters into the spiritual world when he passes through the portal of death and feels all that he has acquired through the bodily senses and brain in impressions and mental content during earthly life fall away. And this is true to a degree. This happens in the process, but a little bit at a time. What Lazarus goes through immediately, and even what St. Paul goes through, because he's transformed almost immediately, but Lazarus, he's dead. First he forgets, first he goes to sleep, then he's dead. But we also do that too, where in our morning practice, eventually, collaboratively, through the grace and the breath as well, we actually, in the depth of practice, we will kind of forget. We're more and more distanced, like 1/12 of our being is away from our body. And we wake up more and go to sleep more at the same time. But we're not, that means we're still as conscious as we are at the start, but in the sense that, well, you're expanding into the macrocosm, you're being drawn into it, to the higher hierarchies and beyond. And forgetting, going to sleep and going awake, but also dying a little bit at a time. There's a mystery of death in this, but a little bit at a time. So the first wine's killed and the second wine granted a little bit at a time, and you experience that in the process with what you go through. A sort of breathlessness is a way of talking about the phenomenology, even though the breathing is the same, like the soul, even just following. You're not controlling the breath at all or anything like that, but it's a soul breathlessness. Yeah. And so, earthly life fall away. In a comprehensive tableau, he is then conscious of images of his life on earth, which were retained in memory in the form of imageless thoughts, or what was unnoticed during earthly life, but which made an unconscious impression on the soul. These images grow faint after a few days until they disappear. When they are completely gone, he knows that he has also laid aside his vital body, which he recognizes as the bearer of these images. And so the reason why he's talking about what goes on is because in initiation, in purification, illumination, union, you do little by little go through a sort of death, so you can experience what he's talking about. And you get clues from reading the saints and Steiner as well. You have to acknowledge his experience was authentic. He's not right about everything, but we have to acknowledge his experience was authentic, or I do. Use the epistemic principle, friends. Do the practices and then ask for yourself. Of course, the saints have the authority, but yeah, his experience is authentic in my view. And so, 24, after the vital body has been laid aside, when we say body, we mean vital unconscious. So just like dreams, you're dreaming all the time. As Jung said, that's the psychological unconscious. There's a vital unconscious too. They're both bodies. They're both, your memory is a body. All your memories are in this unconscious. It forms your past, which is your body, right? So vital body might sound strange. It's your unconscious, but it extends beyond you. It's the whole of reality has a deeper layer, has a psychological unconscious and a deeper layer of vital unconscious. You could call that the sphere of form and the sphere of creation, and above that, the sphere of emanation. Anyway. This isn't I'm not positing a theology here, it's a phenomenology to help with the practices we talk about. So anyway, as long as the former is still with him, which is what Christian Hermeticism is, always towards the practical. Look to the tradition for theology. Anyway, as long as the former is still with him, it allows consciousness to experience all the unconscious contents formed when sleeping during earthly life. the judgments which the spiritual beings of a higher world instilled into the psychological body during sleep are contained in these contents, which, however, are hidden from earthly consciousness or sense at the surface level that most people are used to. The person relives his earthly life in such a way, however, that the assessment of his soul content or of his deeds and thoughts is determined from the viewpoint of the spiritual world, the transcended world. He experiences his life in reverse. First, the last night, then the next to last, and so on. And so Steiner's talking about the experience, according to him, I haven't seen this, but it does make sense. First, after death. And because after death, the point of this whole process of purification, elimination, union, if you don't do it now, it happens after death. You have to go through a purification of all your sins and your experiences and feel the conscience and burning and so on. So you got to do it now, friends. If you don't do it now, you'll be doing it and it'll be much harder and longer after death. And so the judging of 25, the judging of a person's life, which is experienced in the psychological body or psychological unconscious after passing through the portal of death, lasts, and because these are different layers of being, it's saying that once you die, it's the different layers withdrawing, right? So like I said, only after the psychological body or psychological unconscious has been laid aside, after the completion of the life judgment, does man enter into the spiritual world. Therein he stands in relation to the purely spiritual beings as he did on earth, to the beings and processes of nature. In spiritual experiences, everything which was exterior to him becomes interior. Interesting. In spiritual experiences, everything which was exterior to him becomes interior. He doesn't merely perceive the outer world, but he experiences it in its spirituality, which was hidden from him on earth as his inner world and his inner world. That makes sense, but you can do that now in this life through the tradition, through theosis, which is purification, elimination, union, which is nothing more than initiation. Through the practices, you become more essential. Like I've talked about before, through feeling and through spiritual touch and through the different faculties we've talked about before, you can sense the interior of all the appearances of things. Little by little, it's a slow transformation. It has to be earned. And of course, it begins, it's mostly you're interacting with Christ, but you can observe the essence of other things. Goethe, for instance, the philosopher, he only achieved as far as the plant, the essence of plants. So he would observe plants so closely that he saw the spiritual element, which we used to be in more contact with, the imagistic element, or the sphere of form, you could call it. Actually, no, it would be more the sphere of creation. He's seeing the archetypes that are connected with these species that we've talked about before, that the agent of growth leads things towards. It's not just natural selection that goes on, there are archetypes. And so Goethe is not postulating he's not postulating an abstraction based on what he observes. His experience, he wasn't actually that good at that. He wasn't interested in it. He's experiencing a revelation of the archetypes of plants, but he only gets that far is imagination. Seeing the archetypes of plants. He doesn't see the archetypes, or doesn't see the psychological body of the animals or towards their essence. He sees towards the essence of plants only. And that's as far as anyone could really get at that time with philosophy, unless they were religious, right? And so I suppose you could say Steiner picks up where he left off. But anyway, his inner world,
that becomes possible. But, you know, mostly what you're after is your relationship with Christ, right? Rather than looking where plants, but Goethe wasn't really, he was very concerned with knowing, with the direct beholding of, he wanted the beholding of the Spirit. Through, almost brought about by not collaboratively, right? We're not doing that. But he does experience the Spirit. And what he does experience is what Plato, what he experiences again, is what Plato talks about, but only as a memory. Plato doesn't at the start have this experience, but the primitive transcendent faculties, what Steiner calls the atavistic clairvoyance. Atavistic as a word just means primitive. Primitive experience, or the sociologist Lévi-Brou calls it participation mystique, that the spirit was of the spirit of the trees, in terms of the archetypes that lead them and bring them into their presencing, were experienceable at the same time for the ancients, before Christ had strengthened the consciousness, or eye forces, right, that strengthened that. And so Goethe reestablishes that in a way. But again, he only gets so far. It's the sort of bottom level where it comes, but still, that is a pretty incredible achievement for a philosopher. It's a shame so many of these people weren't mystics at the same time. But more people are now, right? Because it's the roots then. You could say that he got as far as the trunk, got to the trunk of the tree, or got to the sap of the tree, not the roots. Anyway. He doesn't merely perceive the outer world, he experiences it in its spirituality, which was hidden from him on earth as his inner world, right? So, essentially he's saying after you die, the essence of things is experienced on its own though. You're not experiencing them as the surface that we experience now. But you can be both dead and alive at the same time, which is what Christ is, essentially. He's the synthesis of life and death. And you can be a synthesis of life and death too. That's to be cut off from temporality, to be cut off from the archetypes. Isn't this beautiful, everyone? Pooled light as it goes behind the tree. You can be that. We're trying to collaboratively, through prayer or reaching through Christ's grace, with also effort at the same time, we're moving towards this state of the meeting of eternity and temporality at the same time. All our chief motives are to eventually be ingressions from this beneath the sense. And so what he's talking about in the splitting up, you can experience now and are supposed to. That's because Christ has made a new heaven and earth. He's healed it so he can help you when the fallen hierarchies tempt you. He's right there to turn to and to pray to as your master. He is your master. When you think about the sensei, onegaishinda, you want a master? He's the master you've always wanted. He's the Gandalf you've always really longed for. I wish someone could help me and lead me. He actually is there to do that. Yes, it's subtle. Yes, it requires a lot of effort on your part, and courage, and time. But through that, and the tradition and spiritual fathers, he'll guide you through conscience, through intuition, through the spiritual faculties. He becomes your master and indwells with you. He's the master. He's the guru. But he's God, and he's willing, and he'll help you. He'll help you. How wonderful. Wow. It's shocking. It's shocking how different life is. And this isn't just I'm not talking about normal. It's the true Christian experience. It's what it should be, but it's what St. Paul's talking about. Everyone can have that though. It's beyond just, I've been converted. No, it's the essence of things. It requires courage and a lot of time. but everyone is supposed to do it. Can you not watch with me for an hour? I know I talked about this stuff all the time, but this is what the whole stream's about, friends. It's the impelling from me to you as well. Hopefully some of that comes through. Hopefully that how wonderful it can be. But both sorrow and joy, both death and life, so they can be true, ennobled, empowered life, cleaned by death. Surgery. Christ is a surgeon. He cuts off that which is low through your prayer. 27. Man, as he is on earth, becomes outer world in the spiritual realm. So what you are on earth becomes the outer in the spirit. External. I guess your memories, what you were as he is on earth becomes outer. One looks from there at the human being as one looks at the stars, clouds and mountains, rivers from the earth. And this outer world is no less rich in content than is the appearance of the cosmos when viewed from earth. And this is what we often talk about, is that the depth world is no less rich than the entire universe outside the planet and every event happening on earth. It just has to be earned. And we're called to do it. 28. The forces created by man's spirit in the spiritual realm continue to be active in the formation of the earthly man, just as the deeds carried out in physical life continue to be active as soul content in life after death. The forces created continue to be active. The deeds carried out continue to be active as a soul content. So what would soul content mean? It means the in-between that we are. So that would be the past, what has been. It enters in the memory of temporality. Because remember, it's soul content is not, the human is all of the cosmos. We are all of this. This is only a decadent humanity, the world. It's only a decadent humanity. Is that made in the image of God, we contribute to the presencing of this being that is around us. Nature is decadent humanity. 29. What acts in enhanced imaginative cognition is what lives in man's psychic spiritual interior and forms his physical body. Yeah, the sphere of form, yes. Because remember, we're made up of, and that needs to be dissolved. Your unconscious is part of bringing into who you are. Your habits, but also all the influences, the archetypes. It forms you, your memory, but you're beyond what's just conscious to you. And so anyway, and on this foundation, human existence unfolds in the physical world. The physical body, ever and again, renewing itself in its metabolism, stands from birth, or rather conception, and to, yes, abortion bad, friends, until death, and how disgusting it is, truly, until death before the continuously unfolding inner human being, unfolding the physical space body, becoming a time body. Remember what time body means. What has been doesn't pass away. It forms part of your, it's a living past, is part of your psychological unconscious and vital unconscious, and extends and touches the vital unconscious and psychological unconscious of the world itself. It's part of it. It's a whirlpool in it. Space body becomes time body, but also this psychic spiritual interior, you incarnate from that, from conception to birth and beyond. When you go into your unconscious, you're moving towards where you were born from. Think about it like that. And that contributes to the forces that ignite the life and the creating and metabolism and rhythm of the heart, all that's controlled from beyond. You're not an epiphenomenon of just a burning of chemicals. No, there's vital forces. The whole cosmos contributes actually in this. The hierarchies are tied up in your being and bring into also the presencing of how the world looks to you. There are forces outside of your subject that control how it looks to you, how you feel towards the other things, that allow you to live. The breath of your soul is still granted, endlessly granted by the Father. Your being is granted, allowed, right now, creating, dying, right now, from forces beyond you. It's not just your body. There are deeper layers of being in which it flows into this enfolding surface facticity sense. And you can interact with those deeper layers through Christian mysticism, through the tradition towards Christ. Thank God. He's here. Thank God we were born. Thank God now it's after he incarnated. Things are bad, but it'd be way worse to not have him. Wow. Continuously unfolding in a human being. 30. In inspired cognition, inspiration, which is imaginative images depict what the human being experiences in the time between death and new birth. I'm not saying I agree with everything else he's saying here, by the way. Remember, we're considering any imaginations as secondary in this process. It's the uncreated that's important. The heart that's important as the most reliable senses, because the imagistic is actually broken down to begin with. But if you have authentic faith, you don't deny anything. You use the epistemic principle to confirm what's seen. If you have authentic faith, if you have the breath, if you have faith, hope, and love, if he's with you. But again, you always use the epistemic principle. The warnings about the imagistic are for your own benefit. But again, as I talk about in the epistemic principle, signposts. But Steiner is very, very keen on talking about the imagistic. But it's part of the unconscious, as we've talked about, it has to be dealt with. So anyway, here is visible what man is in a cosmic context, without his physical and vital bodies through which he lived out his earthly existence. And so the inspired cognition, which has imaginative images connected with it, that would be the psychological body he's talking about, which without your vital unconscious, without your physical, the imaginative. And what he's saying essentially is that you can remember that. Those things are out there for you to reconnect with as memories of the time between. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with what he's saying about new birth. Again, remember he's postulating incarnation. I'll leave that to you to think about. I'm not making any comment about that. Anyway, 31. In intuitive cognition, the effects of previous incarnations on the present one enter consciousness. We're just going to read through it. This is what he believes. So, these previous incarnations, in their further development, have erased the connection they once had with the physical world. By the way, we should at least understand incarnation in terms of how Steiner sees it, and even how Tomberg actually sees this as well. It's not a good. It's not the good. The good is to finish. It's the problem of the fall is why reincarnation would occur, as he sees it. I'm not saying this is what I think. The idea is if you fail to have theosis now, you'll have to come back until you do achieve it, until you have dealt with your sin, whether that's of previous existences. The whole point is to redeem all that. It has a logical consistency in a logical sense. We have to give it that. But you have to see Valentin Tomberg's argument for it. It's not the tradition. He also makes the case for why the tradition needs to state it as it does, because it's a dangerous thing, because people think that, oh, I'll just stay with this incarnation. Transhumanism, right? I'll try to do it without having to deal with conscience, and you end up a dead slave in that way. And Tomberg articulates this. Anyway, he makes a very compelling case for, it's aligned with what I'm talking about just there. Anyway. Ultimately, it's theosis. It's a failure. It's part of the fall. It's temporality. So ultimately, reincarnation is not true in the sense of it does happen in temporality. That's, again, what these people, that Steiner believes, in the sense that it's to be done with. It's of the fall, which means it's not essential. It does occur, but it's not essential in the sense that you're not supposed to reincarnate. That's not a good thing in the sense, it is in the sense of you need to, if you failed moving towards God, you have to deal with the sin to come back to the Father, because the whole story of creation is the is the prodigal son story. And so it's moving back to the Father. Until you do, freely, you have to come back. As Buddha said, didn't Buddha say that it's a terrible situation that Christ fixes, right? Anyway, that's what they believe. So whatever, I'm not making any statement. These previous incarnations in their further development have erased the connection they once had with the physical world. They have become the pure spiritual core of the person, and as such are active in his current life. They are also an object of the cognition that is the result of the unfolding of imagination and inspiration. 32. In the human head, the physical organization is a copy of the spiritual individuality. That does align with what we're talking about in terms of the crystallization of propositional of the thinking. The surface thinking that we're born into is a sort of dead copy that has to be reconnected with the roots of the tree, the bark of the trunk of the tree, the sap of the tree. So, the physical and vital parts of the head stand as a self-contained image of the spiritual, and alongside them, the psychological and I parts stand as autonomous psychic spiritual being alongside. Alongside, okay. That makes sense in terms of they're unconscious, they're deeper levels of being. Therefore, the human head represents a juxtaposition, side by side, of a relatively autonomous physical and vital on one hand, and the psychological and I organization on the other, or consciousness and psychological unconscious. And this fits nicely with Heidegger's idea of the being alongside. Being with the world, being alongside. You're alongside the world. Your eyes alongside. You're split off from it, abstracted from it. And the body is a miracle. We're not Protestants in the sense of thinking, or dualists thinking that, oh, the body's evil, or physicality is no, it's like we say, it's got two principles in it. Facticity does. Ultimately, there's only one essence, which is love. But facticity has, the body's a miracle. course, autonomously operates, and the vital unconscious too. Thank God for that. 33, in the limbs and metabolism system, the four members of the human being are intimately interconnected. The eye organization, the psychological body or unconscious, are not alongside, in the limb and metabolic system, not in the head. So we move from the head down, in the limb and metabolic system. And Stein is articulating how the spirit interacts with, he's trying to bring the science together with a spiritual understanding. You can only really confirm what he's talking about if you developed the faculties to do so, and can ask Christ if what he's saying is true. That's the only way to really know. Although it's incredibly elegant. You use the epistemic principle, but also you can only really know by asking Christ. So the eye organization, which is kind of the point of what Steiner says. He's trying to tell you, this is to lead you. He's saying these guidelines are filled with true spiritual experience. They are to lead you to a life not to memorize as a propositional structure. That's the same with the church? And so this should always have been. He should have been in the church. He should have been doing it, you know what I mean? But maybe that was impossible in the age that he was in. It's just death Christianity, really, is what it should be. Anyway. The point is, though, as he always talks about, and as we talk about, it's to be an icon, but also it can also be filled with, which we're going to do some of this work as we go on. We're going to do devotional poetry. Like we've had some of our early videos have a bit of that in it, but not Christian, not in the sense of they're more ethnic. I've been talking about ethnic matters with some of the poetry, writing kings, but we're going to do devotional poetry with film stuff and performance of that, because inspired and influenced by the divine. We need that now. It has to be an ingression through us. That's what this new Christian Christ is going to enter the arts, is going to enter and renew and resurrect the dead abstraction and all the domains of life. And so we can do it in our small way. And this work is supposed to be with that. And that's what he was trying to do in his way, is to enliven it, not as dead abstracted thought. It's from original spiritual experience. And if you pray for it, like we mentioned earlier, if you pray for the Spirit to be with the speaking, it will be. Pray for the formulation of words to be like the child, holding hands with deeper layers of the Lord in the Son, holding hands in the Son and articulating, and then it can be. What a peaceful time of day. And so in the limbs and metabolism system, the four members of the human being are intimately interconnected. So down a bit. Limbs are connected with, metabolism is the eating, it's the limbs are touching the earth, right? The metabolism is eating and consuming what the earth has given you. Those are both tied up with the will. Limbs equal will. So in that area, the eye organization and the psychological unconscious are not alongside the physical and etheric bodies. They are in them. They vivify them. They activate their growth capacity for movement and so on. And the limbs are, of course, tied up with the will. Therewith, however, the limbs and metabolism, the limbs is like an evolving seed which continually strives to become head, and which is continually prevented from doing so by man's earthly life. Yeah, that's true. Oh, what's that? The will, even the lower will, wants to. The Willsmacht also wants to, the will to power wants to invade your thought, your crown of thorns, your consciousness, your I. Luckily, everyone is granted by Christ. We were all granted at least a connection with the objective truth, that we can find it in in that surface way. What the low and the fallen hierarchy seek are to have that low will penetrate and make your thinking subservient to this animalistic will to power, which happens to Nietzsche. And he becomes a burnt out husk and even explains this possession that he was electrified by. And so Zarathustra, in the writing of the Zarathustra book, that's not Nietzsche speaking, that's the will to power, the subterranean underneath Nietzsche, which is actually Satan. And he's talking about Zarathustra, so you could say it's actually Ahriman in that mythos, but that's Satan. So it's the satanic element that's speaking through Nietzsche as a satanic, and of course, that book is a satanic revelation. But don't take the baggage with that Satan word. Satan means Wilsamach, the will to power. It's the low, earthly, animalistic. It's not the Uberman. The Uberman is Christ anyway, the perfect man. But what were we saying? Yeah, it seeks to invade it. And if you go for long enough, it will. If you lean heavy enough into it, it will. And that's where mental illness, that kind of deep possession of mental illness comes from. Schizophrenia, it's the Lord that keeps you in truth. But there's that danger with spiritual experiences when you begin to want to speak not in the Master's name, in your own name, not rejecting the temptation, following tradition as a guide and an epistemic principle, and constantly praying and confessing to protect you from the megalomania, these invasions from sin. So that's true. The rhythmic, 34, the rhythmic organization is in the middle. Rhythmic system, feeling, head. He says head, which is thought, connected with thought, limbs, and the digestion, metabolism, limbs, will. Now he's talking about rhythmic, blood and heart, feeling, heart. But also he'll say that's here the I organization. The I organization, the consciousness, and the individual and the psychological unconscious or body alternatively unite with and separate from physical and vital parts. The physical facsimile, fax or copy of the unification separation process, or the analogy, physical analogy of this unification and separation process is breathing and blood circulation. The in-breathing process depicts unification. The outbreathing process, separation. The processes in arterial blood depict unification. The processes in the vessel blood, separation. Now there's deep mystic truth in this one also. When Christ makes it union with your unconscious first, in the deepest levels of your being, then your psychological and vital unconscious, little by little, he enters the rhythmic system and the blood and the heart. And through you and your love and your worship and your prayer, like I said, it's breath, right? In and out breath. I've talked about that before, haven't I? And grace entering the breath, but also the heart as well. So, and these are mysteries. These are the mysteries that you have to, some things will be between you and him only. But yes, enters that, controls that, can control that. When Paul's saying it's not Christ who not I who lives, but Christ who lives and acts in me, he's not just talking about only a psychological or a vital element. I mean, finally, the union enters the physical body as well. And these are resurrections of different layers of being, starting off with the psychological body, which leads you. And what does that mean? The psychological body is affected by cosmological elements, but fundamentally,
It's our body is our history, it's our habits, form, our memory, our being is a time unconscious, a temporal unconscious. Think about it. What are your habits? You got to charge up certain habits and they form part of your being. It's a living part of your historical being. So we get used to doing these streams, we get used to doing these walks, or we become more virtuous. We have a virtue, which means we have a time body, right? It's part of our psychological unconscious. It's more than just that, of course, but this is why through prayer, through loving, through doing what the tradition says, Christ enters that, and what happens then? It becomes easier through the concentration, right? And this is talked about in the Way of the Pilgrim also. People say, oh, like, I can't pray or do this or do that. Yet. You pray for help with it. Over time, the prayer, which you make automatic, he enlivens and transforms you. So what you aren't yet, he'll help you slowly bring about and become. He'll help you slowly bring about and become. Through prayer and concentration, though. So that's why it's the most important thing to do every day. The Jesus prayer and the concentration without effort in morning. Everything else comes about through that in collaboration with the Lord. All those sins that you're struggling with, little by little, that helps you with those. He helps you with those. You also ask for help with them. Little by little, he transforms your psychological body, which those habits. So it's not just you rehabituating.
I got to do cognitive behavioral therapy. I change my habits to be more virtuous.
No. There are some things you can't get rid of, my friend. It's through your sin. He forgives it, but he also transforms you. Things you wouldn't have even thought possible that you can do. So little by little, he'll transform you to be able to do alongside your mission. Beyond
Cognitive behavioral therapy.
I don't know why the voice. I don't know why the voice. That's demonology anyway, as we know.
Cognitive behavioral therapy.
Okay, we understand the human being only if we think of him. 35. We understand the physical human being only if we think of him as an image or a copy of the psychic spiritual. By itself, the physical human body is incomprehensible. Yeah, you should think about it like an enfoldment of which facticity is, and a dying crystallization actually. And there's all these enfolding things from the cosmos actually that are the God working into you in ways, and you don't even realize it, of course, because you don't have contact with it for the sake of your freedom, so you can freely choose and freely come back to him and freely find him. It's part of your existence. That's the reason why you don't initially know any of this stuff, because of the fall, and because modernity and the training, how we teach our children, they don't come into contact with it, right? So the whole world is designed for worldly wisdom. You can imagine a diagram where you've got a circle and you've got arrows, worldliness, and you're built up of this worldliness when you actually, what makes you is deeper than that. And what we want is a circle with a ... and a Christ pointing this way into the circle. So there's a circle there and Christ pointing here. I've got to cut my nails. Christ pointing here and then arrows pointing out of that into the world. So it's no longer worldly, it's from inside, pushing out, not a sucking inward, because you're insufficient at your ground as an existentialist. You're like an arrow of desire that points back to itself with an empty circle in the middle when you're an existentialist. But Christ fills that and you radiate it out. He gives you an essential ground that you don't actually detect because of how we've been educated in modernity. Gosh, I hope this is working and all that. I'm pretty sure it was. Gosh, let's have a look, hey? If you have any questions, friends. Yeah, I mean, there would be, oh, maybe not. Oh no, it looks like it is still going. Yeah, it is, good.
Okay. Perfect. We'll go for a bit longer. Oh, have we gone for an hour yet? I don't know. Not yet, I don't think. The sun is fastly lowering. Oh yeah, we'll finish this bit and then we're going to go and see if we can get that train over to Medlow Bath in time. Everything which comprises the metabolism, limb system, hang on. By itself, the physical human body is incomprehensible, but in its various members, it is an image of the spiritual psychic in various ways. The head is the most perfect, complete sense image. Everything which comprises, and that makes sense if you're looking at it externally, in terms of the spirit is very well displayed on the emotiveness of the face, the micro-expressions and the like. The eyes, everything which comprises the metabolism limb system is like an image whose form has not yet been fully realized, but is still being composed. Limbs being composed. Everything which belongs to the human rhythmic organization stands in respect to the relationship of the spiritual psychic to the physical between these contrapositions, which is will and thought. So the rhythmic system is between will and thought. And the limb system, the reason why he's saying it's still being composed, because this will is what makes your hand. You have hands and limbs because you're incomplete. You're reaching out into the world and doing because you have fear behind you in your deep psyche because you're not connected to God, and you've got shame because of your sin in front of you. Fear drives a emptiness at your essential ground. These directions help you understand this. A fear drives an essential. For the existentialist, when you're born into it, before you come into true contact with the essence of Christ, think about Christ, the future's behind you. The connection is behind you. Or it's behind because your vision is in front of you, and that really mostly composes your conscious experience is this vision that you experience, the center of your observation space that you are. Behind this way, friends, this way, through that to behind that's where he is a way of thinking about it anyway. And so fear is what keeps you away because you're sinful and you haven't purified yourself yet, and shame is ahead of you. And it's around the other way. In this unconscious, the body or the way it's formulated, the past is in front of us, and that makes sense because it gives form to the knowing space that we see in front of us. We're forward-facing beings, but unconsciously the future is this way and the past is this way. But it also makes sense because remember, the past gives form to how our being presence is, which is in front, which is this way, in front, behind you is the future in the unconscious. I know that's complicated, but the point is, because you're not, because we're not essentialized, that fear is part of the motive instinct for the will that's in our limbs that extends outwards, trying to grab from the world for what we don't have behind us, or what we're nested on top of is inessential and lacks fundamentally and has deep necessity, it's deep spiritual need that it doesn't even realize, but also the necessities of life. And so we overcome this will zermacht, or will to power, will to take from here to make up for this essential lack. We overcome that through Christ and reconnecting through there, friends, beyond your observation of this, deeper. And it starts through the practices that he was talking about, that we know through prayer. We reconnect with this essential and we become essential. We're filled where we lacked before. Our fear turns into faith, turns into divine breath, because as a real experience in confidence. And we're no longer, and it's through the conversion of this will that is deeply in our metabolistic system, which consumes and will, and our legs are out in the world. They're incomplete, and our will extends from them. And what we ideally want is to be this circle that has Christ as an arrow pushing into us from behind, out into the world. Again, these are just ways of thinking about it. It doesn't sound very traditional talking about it. I know these arrows or whatever, but you get it. It's diagrammatically just talking about it. So through us into the world, through our will. We have limbs because of a will to act. We don't have a will to act because of limbs, a will to grasp at the expense of others. It must turn into a will to serve him behind. And then through that, we help bring our will into union with his, obedient to divine will. All our actions then help breathe his true union into the collective space that we are, and still keeps this nature in its fallen state. That was reasonably well said. If I don't say so myself. Anyway, okay. So, yes. As the kookaburra laughs at me. True. Good. Vanity. Still being composed. 36. Whoever contemplates the human head from this viewpoint finds help in understanding spiritual imaginations. For in the head's form, imaginative forms are, so to speak, solidified to physical density. That's difficult. I don't understand that. That's, his system is definitely elegant, and I'm sure it'll match up somewhere, but I don't fully understand that. In the same way, though, what is interesting about this is these guidelines are, through all the lectures that he did, they solidify, very well solidify, and should be contemplated. Everything he learned, and through all his experience, these are at the end of his life, remember, so it's definitely worth contemplating them. He's going through all his knowing and presenting them as strict as he can be, strict propositionally, but from original spiritual experience, these guidelines. So there's definitely, and Valentin Thornberg talks about this, that Steiner's angelology is well, he believes it's true. I haven't asked, I need to run it through the epistemic principle fully, but it seems elegant and true to me. And it doesn't not align with tradition, it's just new things to it. So, and he's always talking about Dionysus and such. Anyway. In the same way, one can find, remember, Tom Burke, who I talk about, is a Catholic. So, in the same way, one can find help understanding inspiration by contemplating the rhythmic part of the human organization. The physical aspect of life's rhythms bear the character of inspiration as a sense image. Inspiration, yeah, okay. In the metabolism and limbs system one has, when one contemplates it in full action, in the development of its necessary or possible functions, a sensible, supersensible, or transcendent image of the purely transcendent or supersensible intuitive. You can't examine what he's talking about unless you've actually developed what he's talking about. Firstly, you need to develop the discernment to be able to ask the Lord first, or to be granted the faculties to examine the essence of the physical body as we see it. Because what he's talking about is from that. He's actually looking at the physical body, but the essence of it through his faculties, which take a long time to develop, which can't be developed actually anymore. I wouldn't say his practices, because they're too much framed in the, I can bring this about myself, when it's collaborative. And so there are things he was granted that he did the best he could. But when I look at anthrosophia, I'm not an anthrosophist. I don't see any of them, unfortunately. Come back to a more Christian practice, friends, and follow what Tomberg's saying in the passive active grace, Jesus prayer, and you'll have more development. But not as here's a list of practices that will technically bring about. There's a bit of that in Steiner, right? Even though for him, he was lucky enough to be granted the grace. But he's not right about everything. And the way that Victorians articulated things and thought, well, post-Victorian, thought things came about, unfortunately, is how he articulated how it's done. And Valentin Tomberg fixes that with Christianity, with Catholicism. And that's the end of that section. That section we've just gone through was it's the introducing. He's talking about essentially how the body is. And our next one, which we'll get to next time, is on the preceding guidelines about the image nature of man. And I would say that, I mean, there's truth in that, in the prayer of the heart, that the way the Pilgrim talks about, which I do. Well, by the time you can actually do that prayer of the heart, the Lord's in the heart. And so, well, the imagistic is something you can experience, but mainly what you experience is the uncreated, is the emotive, but also mystic touch, the uncreated. But there is an imagistic element, but it's always, consider it secondary. You've got to be careful with these things. Anyway, let's go. Let's go to the train station and see how far we get. Yes. Did you hear that? Okay. Let's see how far we get, friends. Okay. Off to Medlow Bath we go. Hope you enjoyed that, everybody. Ah, lovely. I wonder if we'll make it. Either way, it'll be a nice ride.
It's all about the ride. It's all about the journey.
Thought they were talking to us. There we go. All right. Well, this has been, I feel very refreshed, even though we lost a lot of time. This week, I don't feel tired. Actually, we were fasting last time we did the stream when we ran out of energy. I should have listened to intuition, which said I should have eaten something, but my mistake. Either way, it was okay. We had to do an interview after that. We'll be releasing that this coming week. Okay, friends, off we go. As the sun lowers. But that was definitely interesting. Again, things that need to be, that do fit elegantly. We must remember that Steiner, most of what he talks about, it is a phenomenology, but it's a very elegant organizing, systematizing of that phenomenology. But it's, again, it's from that mystic experience. What he believes is he's continuing from leaving off where Thomas Aquinas left off, he believes. And he expressed that in the book we read last. And he is, in the sense of uniting thought, redeeming thinking. But he also does with some things. Wow, look how beautiful the light is coming through these flowers. Nice, right? He also does wow. Oh, they smell really nice. Almost like a sweet lolly. Wow. And here's, we're also looking at this. The gentle breeze coming through the leaves.
And Steiner also does abstract from, wow, look at that, such a nice time of day. Does abstract from, he does deduce from certain things, like not everything he does, and no one can do this originally, right? When you're doing theology, no one can, one shouldn't try to start again completely. We have to rely on the community of the fathers and the tradition to guide us, right? We don't go, I'm just going to take my spiritual experience and create a whole new system on that. No, that's not the epistemic principle, for one. You'd never be able to come to him without the help. Well, he would probably grant it to, oh, the guy's about to hit a golf ball. Wow, what an incredible time spring is here. Lovely. Yeah, you're relying on a community. It's the only way to keep health. And so, he also, not everything he is talking about, some of it is, this makes logical sense, that this does this. But most of it, he spent a lot of time in research, doing the research with the spiritual faculties, looking to the essence of things to determine it. But some things are deduced, are extensions, logical extensions. Because we don't have a whole life, we have to very carefully and humbly ask the little questions as well, right? That takes a lot of time. And actually, he even speaks about this, Steiner. He came under a lot of attack, and so he believed that was part of that attack was to stop him in his spiritual inquiry. But yeah, he made sure that he kept to his practices and such so he could continue that and didn't let it take him away from it. Wow, such a nice time of day. Yes. Here we are, back again. I guess we'll go down here. And I've got a lecture on that epistemic principle that you can watch. Go to the highlights page on my Twitter, which has all the lectures there, which are cut up. So I've increased the volume. You're better off watching them on Twitter, actually. I've increased the volume. It cuts immediately to the point. So if you want to see them all lined up, they're there. And one of them is called Epistemic Principle. How to know spiritual experience is true. So, also relevant is the lecture on how to discern the Holy Spirit and verify it's true as well. It does describe some of the epistemic principle. 2 different lectures. One is a more recent one, which was 3 lectures on the false Holy Spirit and the Holy Spirit. And the epistemic principle is a more early one. So you can check those out. A very important part of this mystical experience, which we've been talking about today, which is so important for it to be true Christian mysticism, it is thoughtful, careful, discerning, true, more certain and true than any science, but careful with aligns with logic and the categorical exigencies, the exigencies of categorical thought. It aligns, makes sense. The a priori exigencies of categorical thought, that is. It aligns with internal and external experience. It aligns with people of health, spiritual fathers of the past and present. It has. We use part of our epistemic principle, of course, is what the Lord said. A bad tree doesn't bear good fruits, which is a constructive fruitfulness over time. Does it bear health, truth? Does it bear way, truth, and life? Does it bear good, true, and beautiful? It's not true unless it has the way and life with it. It's not the life unless it has the true and the way with it. It's not the way unless it has the life and the truth with it. But another way of putting that is, well, we've talked about that before. I can't exactly remember. You can re-articulate that in a way with some philosophical terms, that it's not the life unless it impels towards, unless it's an impulsiveness towards moral development. Which, what's that? Unless it impels you towards the way, which is moral development. It's not the way and the life unless it leads you to a deeper layer, embodied and deepest layer of doxa, experience of doxa in the unconscious. Unless it's not the way and the life unless it leads to a deepening of knowledge. But what does that also mean? Just retranslate it. It's not the way and life unless it leads to the truth, because the truth is Him at the deepest levels of being. It's not just a proposition. It's not truth as a proposition, is it? He's not truth as a proposition. He's truth experienced as Christ who lives and acts in me. So, yeah. That's what we're after. That's what this whole talk's been about. That's what we've been saying. And if we just do the practices, if we do our sabbatical withdrawal every morning, that's really the key element. And as Unseen Warfare talks about, so many think it worthless, the concentration. Yet it's the most overlooked, most important really, with prayer, for this to come about. And people don't recognize it. And it's partly what's keeping them away from the depth experience we've been talking about. Incredibly important. I'll just put you back here. All right. Okay. It wasn't so long ago that we were here when we saw those two rosellas on the trees waiting to go here. That was probably one of the first streams that we did. 6 minutes. 6 minutes, friends. We'll make it. We shall make it. We shall endure.
Oh, really?
God, at this time of year, it really is a... What would you call it? Yeah, it's like the Romantics. It's like a enlivened time of day, enlivened time of year. There is something about that, though. That whole Wordsworth talking about daffodils, that kind of poetry never worked for me. Never. I think there was a different At that time, in the Romantic period, or before it, just before it perhaps, it was a time where being was actually different. Being manifested differently. People would write letters to each other and just be crying and completely, the soul life was really inflamed. And that's not necessarily in truth, by the way. That can be a sort of luciferic puffing up with feeling. But it was related to where the development of where we were at that time. There were still elements of a more primitive state, which had some connection with, again, the last remnants of it though. Now we're sort of entering a death of soul, postmodern, where all the feeling and valuativeness is leaving the things, is leaving experience. The life and love, as we abstract, we become ourselves cut off from the true essence of what we are, and abstracted is now reaching the soul life and killing it. Because we're not allowing these true impulses. And anyway, for that Wordsworth, that daffodil type poetry, well, maybe if I read it again, it would be more meaningful to me, because as you convert yourself, as Christ converts you, and you desensitize to the low culture that we see perpetuated by Hollywood, that stuff becomes more, your value hierarchy, your hierarchy of loves is properly aligned. So theirs was more properly aligned in the past than we are now. The condition is, as we see with reactions to tragedy, and everything is Vilsamacht and everything is alienated. But from the ground of being, it's not just an ethnic thing, it's not just a thing happening in physical reality, it's a de-souling to make you a physical, dead extension of a satanic or a being which is tied up with technology, to make you an economic unit, to make you a prisoner of necessity, which only Christ can free you from, and does. Because as he says, don't be afraid of, the birds and the bees aren't afraid of being provided for. I don't know the exact quote. And neither will you be. When you come close to him, his divine will, you begin to follow what he tells you to do. And then you can experience, well, of course, peace. Deep peace comes from him and is provided. Of course, that's what's so great about one of the incredibly great, here's the train, one of the incredibly great things about the process is the certainty and of understanding when you are able to discern and follow divine will. Is the certainty and the how great it is to be certain that you did all you could do, that there was no better path, that you did exactly what the divine future, who is Jesus, wanted you to do, and that there was no better way. That is higher than, oh, I did what I could, I did the best I could, I did my best, which is actually wrong, because you should strive to do better than your best in following divine will. But once divine will has been disclosed to you, you can have the certainty of that you have done exactly what you were supposed to, which is higher than I did my best and I couldn't have done anything else, which is just a cope, right? That's just a cope. I did my best fundamentally is a cope. Fundamentally is a cope. Here we go, friends. So this might cut off before we go, but Nice view from the train on the way there.
Our next stop will be Metalore Bar, 37 cars, followed by Kitchumba.
I think I might actually keep signal the whole way today because we have the proper system. Anyway, it looks good. We'll be sort of bringing this stream to a close in about 20 minutes, but we'll go check out Metalore Bath. And thanks for joining me today, friends. I hope it's been interesting. I hope it's helped impel you towards the practices and the depth life and the tradition and prayer. We can begin simply with what we did today, walking around and praying the Jesus prayer. That's one of the first practices. If you want to know more about how you can begin this process, go to my lecture, Practices of Christian Mysticism. And you can, as I've said many times before, you can contact me at any time on Twitter, and my email is on my website as well. Get off there anymore. Here we are, friends. I don't think that disconnected at all. This is Medlow Bath. We once came here at around this time of day, about 6 months ago. One of the first streams we did. And we talked about, which actually got cut off, so it's actually worth talking about now, because although I think we've talked about this in the past before, but how a monarch or how the hierarchical principle is a really important part of Christianity. It's not anti-hierarchy at all. And it's simply the hierarchy of initiates. It's the hierarchy of disciples, right? People in union with God who can help you discern. The multitude that we want, the people who worship the bull, don't determine what the law is. It's the saints. It's the fathers. It's, of course, though, if you go to the depths, well, an Ungaloy outranks a human. But you need to know it's true, and through an epistemic principle. And that epistemic principle contains relying on the fathers of the past and present, right? Which is why when you see people like Seraphim Rose, in his letters to other church hierarchy, he's doing what his conscience determines him to do, through reading people like St. Seraphim of Sarov, following that in his search for the depth of monastic experience. So there's an epistemic principle in operation with these people, even though they don't define it. But hierarchy, we see hierarchy. Well, you say you have a monarchy, even though it wasn't that successful in the Neo-Gothic. And these buildings we're about to look at are all Victorian, Neo-Gothic. That was a movement championed by royalty that went around the whole empire, all the way to look where we are. We are at the far corner of the empire here at Medlow Bath. And this is almost back then the edge of the known world. When the true edge, the true knowing space of what we are and we can know, of course, as we know, the world hasn't been discovered. Cognition and the low intellect in its abstracted state reaches out, not to the roots, it reaches out in its abstract state into the cosmos, but it only sees the surface sense, not the essence of things. There's a far greater truth within and to the essence of things here. We're not going to see anything out there looking for UFOs, right? We're not going to see. It's looking to the essence of things, that the true frontier is right here. The true frontier of knowing is available to you to explore. Hear that again, the true frontier, the true edge is available for you to explore in Christ. That's the frontier. That's the final frontier. Isn't in that shit there idea of the Enterprise, Star Trek Enterprise, year 2023, Captain's log. No, not in Musk's rockets. The grand edge of knowing is looking towards Christ and the eternal. He's right here. You can be a frontiersman right now if you seek him in the depths. He's waiting for people to be these frontiersmen, to connect with providence. He's desperate for more people to look towards the essence of their being and what's available right here, right now, to everyone. He has a mission for you. Firstly, it's theosis, so all these things can be possible, so they can be safe. He's the only one who can bring a true harmony to being, to your being. Not a specialization that turns out like the East Right, the Broadway, which turns out to be a Tower of Babel that crumbles, like the experience we see with the unfortunate Luciferic experience of the charismatic movement. That's a Tower of Babel. And you see in comments when people talk about it, and I understand, but you have to have the courage to let the Tower of Babel be dissolved and to seek He who is in truth, if it happens to be Luciferic spiritual experience. What if it is? People are afraid to confront that fact because they don't want to know, they don't want to acknowledge that they've been through something and they were wrong. And that's difficult, man. I get it. Because I've had Tower of Babels crumble, right? I've had things that I believe were true and I misinterpreted them and had to, oh no. Nothing worse than saying something publicly that's wrong, especially if you thought that you discerned it and made an error, right? So, the true frontier, friends. The Faustian man thinks he's reached the frontier. He actually was impelled in the wrong direction. He thinks he's reached, oh, we've seen everything. We've explored the dark country, hearts of darkness. Is here right now. Even Jung disclosed part of that frontier. But you have to have courage. But it's in Christ that you find it. But you have to have courage to find providence, to question, but to rely on and ask the question and realize that it can be answered within and what you're dealing with in a synthesis really of humility and the presumptuousness of a child, because you have to be like the child, right? Both humble and presumptuous at the same time. This is a nice garden. A synthesis of those two things. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Wow, pretty, right? Shame that it looks like they've bolted this up. Does it open? No, it's bolted. Here we are again. The frontier is here. At the depths, it's not at the end of some physical place. It's at the essence of you. He is, and will lead you towards Him. He is the frontier. He is the new. He is what you are to become. He's fundamentally the true new. All comes from Him as a miraculous ingression from the eternal. The new isn't out there somewhere in space. It comes from Him and comes into you right now. He's the frontier. He's known in the tradition. Yes. But that must be an icon to disclose Him as a fact of experience, as the new, and to disclose and move towards the idea that He has had for you for all eternity. And you can be a frontiersman, Faustian man, whoever's watching, by doing the practices. And a new life, a very surprising life of the depths of sorrow and the depths of joy, and life renewed awaits you in doing that. Don't seek it in the world, seek it in the true frontier which no one is turning towards these days, when it actually is the true frontier. The true philosophy is to look at the essence of, for the essence of being yourself, to ask the question of being, but to find him as the divine being, to lead you. And that's what mysticism is. That's what we've been talking about today. It's seeing and looking towards the true essence and ground of experience. To find it yourself, to find truth yourself. We're supposed to find he who is truth ourselves, not have it externalized as a science and an idol, but to have it be provided by him to us in a genuine relationship with him, to ask him. You can ask him. It's possible. Don't let other people experience your life for you. Don't live in someone else's story. Remember, it could be a small thing, but it could help everyone. A small thing, a small rose in the world, bursting out of a cross, the rose cross, right? It could be a small rose out of a dead, burnt out world. A small thing, like the way of the pilgrim. The pilgrim who wrote that had authentic experience with he who is truth at the ground and essence of all. And he wrote that book, and look, it's helped people all over the world. Everyone can have a small mission. A small little, it's like a book, right? He's just a pilgrim, poor pilgrim. That paraphrased term, they murdered Tolkien's term, really. But that paraphrased term of even the smallest person can change the course of the future. It's really more that I think the true quote is, while the big people of the world do what they do, it turns out to be the small who move the cog in a million different ways and essentially change the course of the future, right? But the point of that is simply that it doesn't, the mission, it's not some grand thing, but will be essential. You can be essential. But it's the quest of life, because it's fundamentally unknown. For you to begin to, if it's possible that you can disclose divine will and actually be led by that instead of some calculative projection from the past, I'll go have a career here, I'll do A, B, and C, have my retirement money, then die. Okay. No. You can actually be led by the divine being, following his will to a broad horizon, and to a world and experience that is at least as complex as the whole universe is of the surface senses, right? But just simply to have that loving relationship where you can be led by who you know is the divine being who cares about you and even the smallest person he loves. And he has their ideal in mind, and you can move towards this idea that he has for you, the best thing that you can be and become. You can follow him towards that, and him towards him at the end of time. What a wonderful, light-filled life that is. There's no one more on your side than he is. No family, no mother, no father. Even morons, he's more on your side than you are. You are less on your side than you think you are, with your habits, with our habits, we are less on our own side than we think we are. He's more on your own side, and we don't even know it. We don't even know it. He's more on your side than you are. Wow, that's so true. He has your good in mind more than you do yourself. And that loving being you can come into contact with and disclose his will and follow it. And experience the true mystery and true frontier of existence in your experience with him. But can you watch with him for an hour? Or will you, like the multitude, will you too leave? Only you can. It has to come from you, friends, not me. You have to be willing, freely willing. Even just the smallest step in terms of praying to the Lord. Help me, Lord. Help me walk towards you. Help me with the impulsions to do the practices. Help me find the time. I want to come into union with you, Lord, and your will. Even praying that. Help me, Lord. Help my will come into union with your will. Help convert and transform my will. Lord, help me, for I do not know the way and I'm scared. Cry out to him, Lord, help me. I do not know the way. In the depth of your practice, cry out to him, Lord, I don't know the way. Help me. I'm a lost sheep. I do not know the way. Help me. Because that's what we are. But we can follow him. And he, like I said, he's the future. And it will be revealed to you by him. Let's have a look more at what we can see in here. Inside it's quite nice. We actually went into a space we're not supposed to go, but it was a nice talk. Nice points made. Help me, Lord, I am lost. Because it's true, we are lost without him. We're following our calculations into oblivion, following our calculations into death. I'm glad they leave that open. It's quite a beautiful vista outside that window. So decadent. Oh, capital. All right, this is good too. It's worth seeing. The restaurant. Oh wow, they've got beautiful roses in there. You can have yum-cha in here in the middle of the day, and high tea in the mountain view. It's worth checking out. Not that that's what we talk about's about. This is a nice hotel room as well. Very Victorian. What do you call that? Baroque? Yeah, Baroque, I think. Oh, capital.
You gotta go grab you, yeah?
Some bloody American just gave me a weird look. You listen to me, son. Why don't you go back to your country, all right? Huh? Wow. So you can see, of course, back in the day, Victorian people would come up here. A lot of people would take their honeymoons up here. Weddings and that sort of thing. The billiards room. Right, this is quite nice. At least we got to see it this time.
ti vodiš, pa znaš, ideš lijevo desno, on će tu početi dobro biti. Zato da kažem, nekad uletiš ovako u autoput i uđeš baš između dva ograničenja, a ti si ušao u sredinu i nisi vidio koji, onda ne znaš jesi u 100 ili si u 110. To je naši problem.
Oh wow, bit of romance style paintings on the wall. That's actually pretty cool. It's Germanic as well. That's not bad. The vibes. I like it. That had a sort of Robin Hood to, it had American Indians there, but it had Germanic, Robin Hood, Middle Ages. Pretty incredible. Not much of this in this country too, especially in natural environments. So it's good to have it. I think royalty have visited this venue previously. Nice. Anyway, we've had a look at it. That's good. Good to get a look at it. It looks like there's a wedding going on there. Might as well have a look there. Down the hall. Okay, this is a bit more modern, this part of it. And this is where we finished up last time, friends. There's a young lady sitting on a rock down here. We're going to go down there now. Here we are. And so we saw it. We didn't see the outside of it. It's kind of nice inside. And of course the depth, as I often say, there's only so much you can get from beauty and art. But really, all art should be leading to a filled with the depth, inspired with the joy and sorrow of the divine. It should lead us to the divine. And look, it's understandable what's happened to us. It's understandable what's become. But we can not go back. We're not going back. We're going back to the future is where we're going. We're going back to the future in Him. Oh wow, look at these Rosettas. Going back to the future in Him. The true frontier to follow divine will. And to have that fill a dying, crystallizing world, which is supposed to die in terms of the what's left over from Greek metaphysics. It's good that that dies and is filled with the true light of He who is and the eternal. We want, like the birds, like these Rosettas, pick away from the ground, pick away from the end of the outgrowth, so too do we want the inner gardener, who is Christ. And we collaborate in the gardening. No, don't leave, it's all right. Collaborate in the inner gardening. The pruning of what's low in us and what's dead in us. So new growth, so flowers can bloom into a de-souling postmodernism, into a de-souling world. It's only Him that can do this. No paganism. Paganism is of the eternal recurrence, no Easternism, no. Christ came once, and he's the only person that can save us. He is the frontier, and it just needs people to walk away from the wisdom of the world for enough time, to have enough faith and enough impulsion to begin and do that process. And he'll grant them wings to experience the depths of him and the true frontier. It's not in politics. It's not in all these things that motivate people, that people want a solution in. It's in the miraculous, through the mystic process, through the depths, that the saving is going to happen. Especially now, with AI and the growing provoking of modernity, making people slaves of necessity. Be free. You can only be free in becoming. You can only be free in his helping you become towards him. In him, in the miracle, are you free. You only make a true free decision in a miracle as an ingression from outside. He's helping. Whenever you have made a free decision, it's always with the forces he provided you, that his sacrifice allowed for, that his blood allowed for. Or else you would have been a slave to your sins and the sins of your forefathers. You would have been a slave to destiny, or what's also called karma. Because of his sacrifice, in his constant ingressions, which have actually helped you through hints. And you'll recognize that in the process and looking back on your life, is that, and you'll be able to ask. Of course, you'll be able to ask, was that you, Lord? And confirm it with the epistemic principle. But, well, friends, what a day it's been. Seek that frontier. It seems simple. All I have to do is do the concentration practices. Is that it? It is simple and very complex at the same time. It's very simple though. You begin very simply. And the key thing is that morning concentration without effort in prayer and the Jesus prayer. And how do you basically do it? Well, you can just look to my lecture, Practice of Christian Mysticism, but just attending the all of vision in the center at the same time and balancing that, concentrating at the same time praying the Jesus prayer. And if you can, allowing the speed of your breath to determine the speed of the Jesus prayer while you're doing the concentrating. But yeah, you might want to watch the video for a full outline of what I'm talking about. But yeah, basically that's it. It's simple. And then can you not watch with me for an hour? That's what that is. You want to see it in the tradition, Unseen Warfare, edited by 2 Orthodox saints. And it's a Western priest. It's a great collaboration between the East and the West. Incredible, incredible, and very protective book. Incredible to read, to protect you from the fallen hierarchies as well. And gives you a great insight into the enemy, what they'll try to tempt you. Because remember, he's very clever. He's a very old being. Only in Christ can we really combat him, right? And with the tradition which is from Christ, through the fathers. But yeah, what an incredible collaboration of East and West, and clearly in that concentration, he says it's the most overlooked thing that people think do nothing but dissolves the images, and collaboratively, of course, but helps you become essential and has always been a part of it. It's just not, again, because we didn't technicalize, and thank God we didn't. We have the East as an example of what to avoid. So grace is always half the equation. But anyway, friends, that's it for today. We've gone over our time. And I'm sorry you missed out earlier on the beautiful views, but yeah, we've come to the end of our stream. If anyone wanted to say anything, look, that's all good. All right, everyone. Feel free to join the fellowship at scottmanion.com/fellowship. Contact me in the Discord or whatnot. But for now, we're going to sign off. And I'll see you next week for another stream and possibly a lecture, or the lecture might come next week. God bless you, everyone. God bless you in your approach towards Him and in your practices. Signing off at sunset.